principle. Not merely to discuss democracy, but to ask how can democracy endure? Because democracy is not measured only by the elections we conduct, it is measured by the institutions we preserve, by the justice we protect, and by the confident citizens that place their trust in these institutions. Democracy is measured by the courage to choose what is right over what is convenient. That is why we're here today, to think, to listen, to challenge, to learn, and above all, to build. Today, through the Goodluck Jonathan Foundation Democracy Dialogue, distinguished leaders and scholars are all gathered to reach beyond politics and speak to the future of our continent. Let me welcome all of you to Bauchi, a historic city, the home of Nigeria's poster boy, Sir Abubakar Tafawa Balewa, the first Prime Minister, a statesman whose life reflected service, sacrifice, commitment to nation building. I'd like to welcome all of you. The man was just whispering to me that we have translations in Hausa and French. Channel 1 is Hausa and Channel 2 is French. So to get us started, let me welcome here. There are people who speak about democracy, and there are others who activate democracy. And then there are those who dedicate their lives to building the systems, the bridges, and the conversations that allow democracy to endure. And our person who is starting us off is one of such. For more than a decade, she has worked across democracy, governance, peace, security, transparency, and citizen interpretation. She went on to help shape the West African Elders Forum from inception, providing guidance. She's a Yale Morris R. Greenberg World Fellow, a Stanford Fisher Family Summer Fellow, and holds a master's degree in law and diplomacy. She's the executive director of the Goodluck Jonathan Foundation and coordinator of the West African Elders Forum. Please join us and welcome here a very dedicated and wonderful woman, Ms. Anne Iyonu.
Good morning, Your Excellencies, Royal Fathers, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Permit me to align myself with the protocol so eloquently established by the compere. However, I must recognize a few people here. Your Excellency, former President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Chief Olusegun Obasanjo, sir, you're welcome. Thank you so much, Baba, for always turning up at our events. We truly and really appreciate you. Your Excellency, former President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Jikon Bauchi, Your Excellency, Dr. Goodluck Jonathan, founder, chairman of the Goodluck Jonathan Foundation. Thank you, sir. Your Excellency, the Executive Governor of Bauchi State, Dr. Bala Abdulkadir Mohammed, Kauran Daula Usmania. Mungode, sir. Thank you. And yes, let me also recognize the former Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, His Excellency Architect Namadi Sambo. You're welcome, sir. the former Senate President, Your Excellency, he's smiling, Anyim Pius Anyim, you're welcome, sir. And thank you so much for our participants who have come from outside the country. We have participants from Cameroon, we have those from England, from Sierra Leone. We thank you so much for coming. We really appreciate you. And of course, for those of us here, thank you so much. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it is my distinct honor and privilege to welcome you to the 2026 edition of the Goodluck Jonathan Foundation Democracy Dialogue here in Bauchi State, the birthplace of the late sage, Sir Abubakar Tafawa Balewa, Nigeria's first and only Prime Minister and one of Africa's most respected statesmen, fondly referred to as the golden voice of Africa. Over the years, this dialogue has become one of Africa's most respected platforms for interrogating the health of our democracies, reflecting on our governance systems, and charting pathways towards peace, accountability, and inclusive leadership. From our inaugural dialogue in 2021 themed The Unity of States to the 2023 Breaking New Grounds in Democracy Development Nexus in Africa and 2024's Exploration of Education and Leadership as Catalyst for Development, each edition has addressed pressing challenges confronting democratic systems in Africa, from the erosion of public trust and institutional fragility to the increasing importance of good governance, education, and development. Last year in Accra, under the theme Why Democracies Die, we confronted the sobering realities of democratic decline, weak institutions, constitutional manipulation, governance deficits, and the erosion of public trust. A recurring insight was clear. While elections remain the most visible expression of democracy, they are not in themselves sufficient to sustain democratic governance. Democracy has too often been reduced to the ritual of elections, while the deeper institutions and culture that sustain it remain fragile. Elections alone cannot guarantee freedom, fairness, or accountability. It is institutions between elections that safeguard democratic promise. Among these institutions, political parties and the judiciary occupy a central place. And so our theme this year, beyond elections, can political parties and the judiciary alone save democracy, save African democracy, could not have been more timely. Across our continent, parties frequently emerge around personalities rather than ideas. They mobilize around ethnic or regional identities rather than national interests, and become active only during election cycles. This is because politics assumes a zero-sum character. Electoral contests become do-or-die affairs. Defections erode ideological consistency, and citizens are reduced to spectators rather than participants. The unfortunate outcome of these traits is that governance becomes trapped in permanent campaign cycles of patronage rather than policy. The very institutions entrusted with organizing political competition and governance have too often become vehicles for electoral victories rather than engines of democratic consolidation. Your Excellencies, Royal Fathers, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, at the same time, the judiciary, often the last line of defense for democracy, faces its own challenges. In many countries across the continent, courts are burdened with political interference, which has led to delayed justice and declining public trust. Yet, without an independent judiciary, democracy cannot thrive. And so asking the hard questions then become inevitable. Are political parties fulfilling their roles as schools of democracy, incubators of leadership, and engines of political innovations? We are glad this morning that we have an array of chairpersons of the political parties in Nigeria and even from Ghana. We are asking you this morning the very hard questions. Are you fulfilling your role as schools of democracy? Are you fulfilling your role as incubators of leadership and engines of policy innovations? Or are you just structured around personalities? That's a question we'll answer in the course of the day. Likewise, we also ask the judiciary, is the judiciary living up to its sacred duty as a guardian of constitutionalism, justice, and accountability? The evidence is stark, and honestly, it is also quite sobering. Political parties, which we know to be bridges between citizens and the states, have increasingly narrowed their role to electoral competition and remain among the least trusted institutions across Africa. Yet, history teaches us that democracy is inconceivable without strong political parties. They are the bridge, indeed, between citizens and the states, the platforms for identifying leadership potentials, and the engines of policy development. So if they fail, democracy itself falters. This dialogue, therefore, calls us to look beyond the ballot box. It challenges us to reimagine political parties as enduring institutions of democratic culture and to strengthen the judiciary as a bulwark against abuse of power. Together, these two pillars can either rescue African democracy or preside over its decline. I'm glad we have members of political parties here and people from the judiciary. So the ball is in your court. You can either rescue our democracy on the continent, or you can preside over its decline. However, this dialogue is not only a forum for diagnosis, but also a crucible for solutions. And so as we deliberate, let us be guided by three objectives. And one is to assess the effectiveness of political parties and the judiciary in advancing democratic governance and stability in Africa. Secondly, to explore how these institutions can nurture democratic culture through education, leadership, development, policy formulation, and constitutional integrity. Thirdly, to identify reforms that will transform these institutions into trusted guardians of accountability, inclusion, and sustainable development. Finally, I would like to recall the words of the late sage Sir Abubakar Tafawa Balewa. I will paraphrase his words, that our future as Africans depend not on the strength of men, but on the strength of our institutions. Your Excellencies, Royal Fathers, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, this dialogue, therefore, must be more than just conversation or a mere exchange of ideas. It is a collective summon to action. We are called upon to renew our institutions, to restore the social contract, and to ensure that African democracy does not simply survive or endure, but thrives and flourishes. For in truth, like we all know, the survival of democracy on our continent rests not only on the conduct of elections, but on its resilience of the institutions that safeguard democratic values in the years between electoral cycles. Thank you for your attention and welcome.
She is a world-class scholar. Let's put our hands together one more time for her. Thank you very much. Thank you. Her work in Ghana, Cote d'Ivoire, and Gambia is still a reference point. We appreciate you. Thank you very much. Let me quickly welcome here the former Minister of Finance in Nigeria, presently chairperson of the Labour Party, Senator Nadi Usman, is here with us. I welcome you. Thank you very much. Barrister Ken Asoga, National Police Secretary of the party, is also here. I'd like to appreciate and welcome all members of the National Assembly, as said that earlier, both serving and former. I welcome all of you. And also here is the former Governor of Anambra State, His Excellency Mr. Peter Obi. Thank you very much. So let me quickly invite Al-Hassan, the Director of Press of the state, to individually recognize our royal fathers.
Thank you. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we would like to appreciate the presence of the representative of His Excellency, the Executive Governor of Plateau State, ably represented by the Deputy Governor, Honorable Josephine Pure. Your Excellency, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we would like to recognize the presence of His Royal Highness, the Emir of Katagu, Alhaji Umar Farouk II, OON. Also in our midst is His Royal Highness, the Emir of Misau, Alhaji Ahmed Suleiman Yemenai. Also in our midst, we have His Royal Highness, the Emir of Jama'are, Alhaji Ahmed Mohammed Wabi Yemenai. We also have the presence of His Royal Highness, the Emir of Ningi, Alhaji Haruna Muhammad Danyaya. Also in our midst is His Royal Highness, Alhaji Adamu Dahu Abdul Qadir, the Emir of Gamawa. We also have His Royal Highness, the Emir of Dambam, Alhaji Idris Bappa Musa. Also in our midst is His Royal Highness, the Emir of Darazau, Alhaji Ibrahim Babiu Bababa. Also in our midst is Gumzar, His Royal Majesty, Brigadier General Marcus Kokoyaki. Also in our midst is Royal Highness Alhaji Muhammad Sabo Abdul Qadir, the Emir of Giade. We also have His Royal Highness the Emir of Jama'ah, Alhaji Bala Suleiman. Also in our midst is the Emir of Ari, Alhaji Muhammad Kilishi Musa. Also in our midst is His Royal Highness the Emir of Bununu, Alhaji Jibrin Dallami Hassan. Also in our midst is His Royal Highness the Emir of Toro, Alhaji Umar Adamu. We also have the presence of His Royal Highness the Emir of Bura, Alhaji Ya'u Shehu Abubakar. We also in our midst have His Royal Highness the Emir of Lame, Alhaji Aliyu Yakubu Lame. Also in our midst, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, His Royal Highness the Emir of Warji, Alhaji Ismaila Ibrahim Boyi. We'll also recognize the presence of the National Chairman of APM, Comrade Dr. Yusuf Dantalle. We have Professor Sadiq Umar Abubakar Gombe from SDP, and of course the National Chairman of the Labour Party, Senator Dr. Nenadi Osman.
Thank you very much, Al-Hassan. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, this dialogue, Ms. Anne Iyonu stressed it, beyond elections, can political parties and the judiciary save African democracy? It is a question that reminds us that after election may produce governments, it is institutions that sustain our nations. So on our program, we'll take a few goodwill messages from a few people around us. High Chief Peter Ame, former Inter-Party Advisory Council Chairman and DG. Let me also welcome here Tanimu Kabiru Turaki, SAN, is here with us. I welcome you. And all the chairmen of parties that are here, I welcome all of you. And so we'll kick off with the goodwill messages. And let me welcome an architect, a wonderful Nigerian, former Vice President of Nigeria, who understands indeed strength of material and the essence of democracy in Nigeria. Please welcome here His Excellency Architect Mohammed Namadi Sambo to please step forward to kick off our goodwill messages.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. Your Excellency, our Baba, President Olusegun Obasanjo, Your Excellency, my boss, President Goodluck Ebele Jonathan, Jagaban Bauchi, congratulations. And the founder of the Goodluck Jonathan Foundation. Your Excellency, my brother, the Executive Governor of Bauchi State, Auram Bauchi, distinguished senators here present, Your Excellency, the Governor of Bayelsa State, you are welcome. I would like to stand on the existing protocol. It is a great honor to be here today as a special guest and to be called to put up a brief goodwill message on this very important occasion. The theme, the role of political parties and the judiciary in strengthening and consolidating democracy in Africa, is both relevant and timely. Democracy is not simply about holding elections. It is also about the institutions, principles, and values that ensure that elections are credible, citizens' rights are protected, governments are accountable, and political transitions take place peacefully. Political parties are central to the success of any democracy. They provide the platform through which citizens participate in politics, select leaders, and contribute to the formation of public policies. For political parties to effectively perform this role, they must embrace internal democracy, transparency, accountability, and respect for the rule of law. The selection of candidates should be credible and inclusive, while party members should have meaningful opportunities to participate in decision-making. Our political parties must also move beyond political driven largely by personalities and focus more on ideas, policies, and programs that address the real concern of the citizens. Equally important is the need for political parties to promote peaceful political competition. Political opponents should not be treated as enemies. Democracy thrives when differences of opinion are accommodated and resolved through dialogue and constitutional processes. The judiciary is another critical pillar of democratic governance. An independent and impartial judiciary provides the necessary checks and balances within a democratic system. The court has the responsibility to interpreting the Constitution protecting citizens' rights, and resolving disputes, including electoral disputes, in accordance with the law. For this reason, judicial independence must be protected. Judges must be able to perform their duties without political interference, intimidation, and undue pressure. At the same time, the judiciary must continue to uphold the highest standard of integrity, professionalism, and accountability. Public confidence in the judiciary is essential to the credibility of democracy. We should also pay attention to the timely resolution of cases, particularly electoral matters. Justice delayed can undermine confidence in democratic institutions. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, across Africa, democracy continues to face several challenges, including electoral disputes, political intolerance, weak institutions, corruption, youth unemployment, and declining public confidence in government. These challenges should not lead us to abandon democracy. Rather, they should encourage us to improve the way democracy works. Our democracy must produce institutions that people can trust and government that respond to the needs of their citizens. There is also a need to encourage greater participation by young people and women in political processes. Africa has a large and energetic youth population, and their voices must have a meaningful place in the political and democratic process. Political leaders have a special responsibility to protect democratic institutions. We must learn to compete without destroying the institutions that make political competition possible. We should accept victory with humility and defeat with dignity, while using lawful channels to challenge electoral outcomes where genuine grievances exist. The ultimate objective of political leadership should be the welfare and progress of our people. I also wish to use this opportunity to commend my boss, former President Goodluck Jonathan GCFR, Jagaban Bauchi, for his continued commitment to democratic dialogue and peaceful political engagement. His experience in Nigeria democratic journey provides valuable lessons for our country and the wider African continent. Especially his demonstration of statesmanship by graciously conceding defeat after the 2015 presidential election, thereby promoting peace, unity, and democratic value. Distinguished guests, the future of democracy in Africa depends on the strength of our institutions and the commitment of our leaders and citizens to democratic values. Political parties must become more democratic, responsible, and policy-oriented. The judiciary must remain independent, impartial, and accessible. Citizens must also remain engaged and demand accountability from those entrusted with public office. If we strengthen these institutions and promote a culture of tolerance, dialogue, and respect for the rule of law, we will better position to consolidate democracy and create more stable, prosperous Africa. Let this dialogue, therefore, reaffirm our collective commitment to democracy, not merely as a system of government, but as a means of securing justice, inclusion, development, and dignity for our people. I thank President Goodluck Foundation for organizing this important dialogue, and the government and good people of Bauchi State for their hospitality. I want to seize this opportunity to commend His Excellency, the Executive Governor of Bauchi State, Senator Bala Mohammed Kauram Bauchi, for the changes and transformation that he has made in Bauchi State. I'm one of the people that can testify to this because in 1976, when Bauchi State was created, I was one of the first architects that was employed by the Bauchi State government and participated in its development. And since then, I have put my interest in the development of Bauchi State. May God continue to bless Nigeria and the African continent. Thank you, and God bless you all. Assalamu alaikum.
Thank you, Your Excellency. We appreciate you. Can we appreciate the former Vice President as he steps down now? Thank you very much. Thank you. Let me quickly appreciate some of the people that are here. His Excellency Senator David Jonajan, former Governor of Plateau State. Let me also extend a belated 80th birthday to you that you did a few weeks ago. Congratulations to you and thank you for coming here. Hajia Inna Chiroma, former Minister of Women Affairs, and all the National Working Committee of PDP, they are also here. I welcome you. The APC Deputy National Chairman, Dr. Ben Nwoye, I welcome you. NDP National Chairman, Honorable Ada Frederick Okuro, Professor Patu Tommy is here with us, and Alaji Buba Galadima. I welcome all of you. Our good messages will continue now. This is a video from the Open Society Foundation. Can we have the video, please? The video from the Open Society Foundation.
Jonathan, former president. For me, it's really important to commend and to appreciate the work that His Excellency has been doing for democracy. I'd like to salute everyone that is participating in this annual democracy dialogue from the Goodluck Jonathan Foundation. I'd like, of course, to salute His Excellency Goodluck Jonathan, former president. For me, it's really important to commend and to appreciate the work that His Excellency has been doing for democracy in the continent, particularly considering the work that the Open Society Foundations have been also doing and supporting in the country. And it is a great honor for us to partner with His Excellency's foundation to see and think about the ways we can reinforce democracy in the African country. The current moment is a moment that needs to inspire a vote of trust in democracy in the African continent, I think in ways that for a long time we haven't seen. Of course, this is not an issue that speaks to Africa alone. We are seeing a lot of people discussing backslide in democratic institutions all over the world. And a lot of people would think about this current moment and think that it is the lack of trust that in democracy and the rise of authoritarians that should concern us much more than everything. But I think maybe one of the most important things that we should be paying attention, and I think Africa in particularly, is how much can we put our faith in democracy to really transform people's lives. I think coming from Latin America, democracy has been a source of hope for the populations for a long time. You know, when we were suffering the effects of authoritarianism, of dictatorship, of corruption, right? Democracy was always the answer that we could see as a hope that could inspire people to fight back. It was democracy that could offer people the space for labor movements, for women's movements, and movements that were trying to change our lives, to create the institutionality to really apply their hopes into change. And I think that's exactly the role that democracy should play. And the institutions that we see, political parties, the democratic institutions, the checks and balance institutions like the judiciary, they should be in service of that perspective, right? Of how we can think of democratic institutions as a path to provoke change in people's lives. What it is mainly concerning right now is the idea that democracies are not the space where people can hope. When we see people having hopes in authoritarian process or authoritarian leaders, then is when we need to be concerned. The moment right now is to reinforce and to double down our bet in democracy. In order to do that, we need to think how democracies can provide and can build institutions that can provide change for people. We can't lose the battle of the ability to inspire hope in people. We can see in many places ideas that are, really thinking how the state can provide, how it can build industrial policy in democratic spaces that can really provide to people, how we can channel the demands for young people, for employees, for jobs, and for better lives, how we can channel the demands for women to more voice and to more economic power in the societies, how we can look at the wealth that our countries have with critical minerals and think how collectively we can provide the answer to distribute that wealth. So the kind of discussion that we are having in spaces like the annual Democracy Dialogue and Goodluck Jonathan Foundation does, and that we are supporting right now, is exactly this effort to think that we need to have strong institutions. We need to have political parties that are open to the people's voice. We need to have democracy that are open to the struggles of the different movements. We need to see how we can include those that are excluded from power. And within that process, with strong institutions, with openness in these spaces, we can rebuild the trust in democracy that we need to show that the authoritarian path is not the one that is sustainable if we want to provide change for those who doesn't have a voice. And that's why I think it's so important to have such an incredible amount of people with the experience we have in this event, with the guidance from His Excellency Goodluck Jonathan and his foundation, to think how we can think of the ways to reinforce the power of everyone that trusts in democracy as a path for sustainable development for those who really need in the African continent. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Your Excellency, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, while the former Vice President was speaking, Her Excellency, the former First Lady, Mama Peace, Dr. Dame Patience Goodluck Jonathan walked in. Your Excellency, I welcome you. She was led in here by the First Lady of the state, an amazing woman that cares for women and children, Hajia Bala Mohammed, also served, and I welcome you. Thank you very much. Thank you. And so, Your Excellency, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, let me welcome here for a short goodwill message the NDC presidential candidate, former governor of Anambra State. I'd like to welcome here Mr. Peter Obi.
Your Excellencies, the former President of Nigeria, President Obasanjo, my dear senior brother, President Jonathan, Her Excellency, the former First Lady, Your Excellency, the governors, especially the governor of Bayelsa State, my brother, Your Excellency, our host governor, the performing governor of Bauchi State, Your Excellency, the former Vice President, the former SGF, all the former governors and everything, let me stand and revere traditional rulers to serve the Emir of Bauchi. Let me stand on all due and existing protocols. Quite surprised that I have to make remark, but I have to start by thanking our former Vice President for this consistency in dialogue and discussing democracy. It portrays you as a true Democrat, which you've lived since you left office. And I thank our host for this wonderful thing. As somebody who benefited from Nigerian democracy and judiciary, I was just talking to somebody seated here, a judge of Supreme Court, a retired judge of Supreme Court, who I never met in my life, but he wrote the judgment that made me governor. I just stood right here and said, where will you get that type of judgment in Nigeria today? It's impossible. I never met her. I met her 2 years after being governor, and he tapped me and said, I am just so and so person. But he wrote my judgment. I was in court for 3 years, challenging my election. 5 governors that I never met one day gave judgment in my favor. It cannot happen in Nigeria of today. I went to Court of Appeal. 5 judges I never met gave judgment in my favor. So if you look at that and look at what is happening today in Nigeria, where professors are now aiding illiterates to rig election, where our lawmakers have removed forgery as an offense in electoral matter. And senior advocates of Nigeria are defending forgery. Our religious leaders are now praying for criminal politicians for blessing. We have a crisis. And above all, our judges are now singing, "For your mandate we stand." So it is a big, I urge all of us, unexamined life is not worth living. It is time for every Nigerian to sit down and ask ourselves, where is our nation going? We need to reverse this, because the abuse we are allowing today will take its revenge on our children. God bless all of you.
Can we appreciate Mr. Peter Obi one more time? Thank you very much. Thank you. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we will take a short break from goodwill messages so that we can be welcomed formally to this event. Your Excellencies, every important conversation needs a place which it can take root. But beyond the place, it needs a host whose doors are open, a host whose presence gives the gathering a home. And today, that host is the governor of Bauchi State. He is a public servant. His journey that started with journalism ended up as a governor. I love to call the SGF GSM. This man coming here is also GSM. He's been minister, he's been senator, he's now a governor. Please welcome here His Excellency Bala Bukari.
أعوذ بالله السميع العليم من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم وصلى الله على نبي الكريم. In the name of God, the most beneficent, the most merciful. Your Excellency, Chief Olusegun Obasanjo, DCFR, former President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, the Baba of not only Nigeria but Baba of Africa, and chairman of this occasion. Your Excellency, Dr. Goodluck Jonathan, GCFR, GCON, former President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria and chairman of Goodluck Jonathan Foundation and the Jigo of Bauchi, my dear boss. Your Excellency, my elder brother and our leader, Architect Mohammed Naba Disambo, GCON, former Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Your Excellency, Mr. Kadri Odrago, former Prime Minister of Burkina Faso. Your Excellency, the visiting Heads of State here present, Your Excellency, Dr. Umar Ali Utuare, my brother, the ECOWAS President. Your Excellency, my colleagues, the governors that are here, especially that of Bayelsa State, the Wakili Nkudu of Bauchi, the Deputy Governor of Plateau State, my brother and colleague, the Deputy Governor of Bauchi State, the representative of other governors, especially that of Taraba, Your Excellency, the former Senate President and former SGF, honorable ministers, other distinguished federal officers that are here. Sorry for the protocol, I have forgotten the person who finished the dialogue already. That is the presidential candidate of the NDC, my brother Peter Obi. What he has said as a goodwill, I think, is a summary of what we are going to do here. So much appreciate you. Other distinguished leaders, especially the executive director of this foundation, Madam Iom, Your Royal Highnesses, our fathers, especially His Royal Highness, the Emir of Bauchi and Chairman of the Bauchi State Council of Chiefs and Emirs, distinguished guest speakers, panelists, and academicians, one of whom is the same experience I had with the former governor of Anambra State and now presidential candidate, who delivered me in 2019, and I never met her, and she is seated here. This is the first time I went and greeted her, and this is the kind of judiciary we had before. Members of the press, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it is with a heart full of joy and deep sense of responsibility that I welcome you on behalf of the government and good people of Bauchi State, the pearl of tourism, to this memorable event. We are deeply honored and indebted to President Goodluck Foundation for choosing Bauchi State as the host for this year's annual Democracy Dialogue. Your Excellency, Mr. President Jonathan, your unwavering commitment to peaceful transitions, the rule of law, and institutional strengthening across Africa remains an inspiration to all of us. I am immensely proud that our state is hosting this prestigious gathering of great minds, statesmen, and defenders of democracy from across the African continent. This dialogue stands as a beacon of hope and a vital platform for robust intellectual engagement as we collectively navigate the evolving landscape of democratic governance in Africa, which resonates with the legacy of Nigeria's first Prime Minister, Sir Abubakar Tafawa Balewa, and of course, the passion and the wish of the chairman of this occasion, President Olusegun Obasanjo, who is the most destabilized Nigerian who loves Nigeria more than anybody that I know, and he was always standing for its unity. By bringing this dialogue to Bauchi, you have honored our ongoing efforts to foster peace, inclusive growth, and political stability within our sub-region. The theme beyond election, can political parties and the judiciary save African democracy, shifts focus from the ballot box to the institutional pillars required after votes are counted. Democracy needs more than election day rituals. It relies on ideological, accountable political parties and an independent, fearless judiciary that safeguards the rule of law and public trust. The theme further strikes at the very heart of our contemporary realities and challenges. Across our continent, democracy is being tested by socio-economic pressures, technological disruption, and security complexities. Yet gatherings like this remind us that the remedy for the shortcomings of democracy is more democracy, deepened by dialogue, sustained by strong institutions, and validated by tangible governance dividends for our citizens. We must explicitly commend the Goodluck Jonathan Foundation for its relentless, decade-long dedication to anchoring peace and democratic governance across Africa. Since its inception, the foundation has consistently stepped into volatile political landscapes to champion peaceful transitions, mediate conflicts, and build civic capacity. By institutionalizing the ideals of its founder, that's President Jonathan, most notably the belief that no political ambition is worth the blood of any citizen. This organization has become a vital fortress for constitutional order and civic rights on our continent. Your unwavering efforts over the years continue to prove that democracy is a continuous journey of institutional growth, not one-time event. In both states, we have continually strived to mirror these democratic ideals. We view governance as a sacred trust, focusing our energies on impactful infrastructure, accessible healthcare, qualitative education, and the economic empowerment of our youth and women. We believe that democracy truly thrives when it directly improves the lives of ordinary citizens, ensuring no one is left. As you deliberate on critical pathways to secure the sustained democratic governance today, I urge you all to also experience the warmth, rich cultural heritage, and peaceful serenity of Bauchi. We hope our environment provides the perfect backdrop for fruitful, honest, and transformative conversation. I wish to thank my emirs, our leaders, and the peaceful people of Bauchi for making your coming here very convenient, and I know they are always ready to be with you, to be your host, because collectively they are your host, not my humble self. I wish you highly successful deliberation. May the outcomes of the 2026 dialogue pave the way for a more stable, prosperous, and democratically resilient Africa, especially our dear nation, Nigeria. Thank you very much.
If it is those young men that are doing disco, they will call him the host with the most. Let's put our hands together for him, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. And he reiterated it very clearly. This dialogue is focused on the continent of Africa, and it is for peace. This is not just another conference. It is a meeting of minds, a meeting of experience, a meeting of leadership, a meeting of conviction, and a meeting of possibilities. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, some leaders participate in history. Others seem to encounter history at every turn. And there are a rare few whose lives allow them to see a nation or indeed a continent, from every angle of its political journey. Our next distinguished speaker belongs to that rare company, a soldier, a military head of state, a democratically elected president, a statesman, and a Pan-African voice. One of Africa's most experienced leaders and statesmen. Please join me as I welcome our chairman today, His Excellency Chief Olusegun Matthew Okikiola Aremu Obasanjo GCFR.
Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, you will permit me to stand, or if I'm not standing, what else can I do? If you like, I can sit on the protocol that the compare of this program has ably laid down. And thank you very much for laying down the protocol. Let me begin by thanking our host, Governor of Bauchi State, Senator Bala Mohammed, for warm reception and special hospitality we were accorded since yesterday. We appreciate the efforts you and your collaborators have put into this program for its success. And it is an important program at an important time. You are the host with the most. Thank you. Let me come to my brother and colleague, the founder, the chief host, the convener, President Goodluck Jonathan. Ladies and gentlemen, in my part of the world, names are very important, and they are meaningful and significant. And you give names to children as a result of events or happenings in the family, or wishes for the child or the family. You can see how Goodluck continue to trail my brother without being voted for. He became governor. Without being voted for, he became president. Of course, on his own recognition and at the right occasion, he subsequently got his own votes.
And we are here because of good luck, or because of his good luck. May good luck continue to follow you wherever you go, and follow all of us wherever we go. I say thank you again for bringing us together. You have the foundation to promote peace and prosperity with annual conference generally titled Democracy Dialogue. For this year, the theme on which we are to deliberate is beyond election. Can political parties and the judiciary save African democracy? That is our team. But what are we talking about? Is there African democracy? Let not deceive ourselves. Let us not deceive ourselves. There's nothing like African democracy. We were given Western liberal democracy by our colonial masters. I will come to that as I go along. Before I got a copy of printed program last night, and before having a short encounter with Anne, the executive director of the Goodluck Jonathan Foundation, I was a little bit confused. But my 2 or 3 minutes exchange with Anne substantially reduced the magnitude of my confusion. Before I expose my confusion, and how part of it was cleared, I hope more will be cleared by the end of this day. But let me thank President Goodluck Jonathan once again for nominating me as the chairman for this very important dialogue. For quite some time, I have been increasingly worried about performance of democracy in Africa, and indeed in other regions of the world. And I believe that Goodluck Jonathan Foundation was also worried about it. And that was why your theme last year was talking about the death of democracy, or was to that effect. Let me emphasize that we are referring to Western liberal democracy, because the Chinese will not agree with you that their own democracy is dying. And maybe the Swiss, who are still practicing some form of direct democracy, may also not agree with you that their democracy is dying. We are referring to Western liberal democracy, which is practiced in Europe, the Americas, substantial part of Southeast Asia, and Australia, and of course, here on the continent of Africa. Since our European colonial masters had nothing else, they gave us what they had. We swallowed it, lock, stock, and barrel. But has it delivered? Or is it delivering? Or will it deliver? These are the questions that we must ask ourselves. And these are the questions that are very, very important. It doesn't matter whether political parties remain as they remain, but I hope they will not remain as they remain, or judiciary is captured, controlled, or independent. Of what need is judiciary in government making? What purpose does it serve that when millions of people have voted, then 5 people will come to decide either in favor or against the decision of millions of people? Is that democracy? That cannot be democracy. And if that cannot be democracy, what is judiciary doing in democracy? It's like when Akintola was dealing with the Midwesterners in the western region of those days, after Midwestern region had been created. And Napata came and said to Akintola, I shouldn't be going to the Midwest because my name is Apata. It's a Yoruba name. And he said, spell your Apata. And he said, A-K-P-A-T-A. But Yoruba spelling of Apata has no K in it. So Akintola said, what is K doing in Apata? I think we can ask ourselves, what is the judiciary doing in government and democracy? But why has it not delivered? Let me go a little bit back. A simple definition of democracy, simple. It's a system of government where power belongs to the people. Simple. Citizens exercise their power either by voting directly on laws, which is still practiced in Switzerland by and large, or through representative democracy by choosing leaders to make rules for them and on their behalf. So what we are practicing is representative democracy. But what is the objective of true working and delivering democracy and governance? I encapsulate this in good governance. which takes care of the welfare and well-being of the people, all the people, inclusive, egalitarian, with equity, sense and feeling of belonging, and the stake in all aspects of nation's life and activity. Full protection of life and property, no marginalization, no discrimination, no exclusion. Democracy that works is meant to deliver dividends of democracy in terms of quality of life and living for all the people within a geographical entity, all the nation. Let me make a few points before yielding the floor. My brother who will follow me after Olivia. People's representative community and political parties. What we had was people's representative, no political party, then community representative. And that degenerated, and I watch my language, degenerated to political party representative. So those people who are elected, or whatever they are, from their different constituency, they are taken over by the political parties. And they are no longer representing the interest of their community or the constituency they come from. So we have no African democracy. The West, or the Western liberal democracy that we inherited, grew from monarchy. Hence, you can have government and loyal opposition, loyal to the monarchy. But when you talk of loyal opposition in an African setting, and I have gone into many of African languages, opposition means enemy. That's the word. Then do you have a loyal enemy? So what do you do with your enemy? You crush him and destroy him. And that's what you have. But when Western liberal democracy was developing, the monarch was there. And the government and opposition were all loyal. The democracy we practice has no African context, no African content. And if you try to practice, to use what is not meant for you, to serve your purpose, it's like a dress for which you are not measured. You trying to put it on. It's either too small for you or too big for you. It will not fit and it will not serve your purpose. In practice, what we have winner takes all. first past post. If you beat me by 1 vote, then you take it all. And whatever I have does not matter. See, poor management of diversity. You cannot have a democracy that completely right roughshod over diversity. Because in African society and in most societies, the core is diversity. Nigeria is what it is because of our diversity. Remove diversity out of Nigeria, you will probably have the Republic of Oduduwa. That will not be Nigeria. Or Republic of Danfodio. That will not be Nigeria. That diversity must be nourished and must be taken care of. We now have power of money, another inducement. And you know how that has been growing by leaps and bounds. Foreign intervention. Pervasive poverty does not help democracy. Neither does illiteracy help democracy. We have gender bias. In Nigeria, I think we have been going with this, you call this one Fourth Republic? Abi, what do you call it? Fourth Republic, we have not elected a female governor. In 24 years. Abi? No, more than 24, 27 years. And yet, there are people we are electing. Most of them lack character. They lack attributes and values that can endure and can uplift. Well, what is the way forward? I believe we need more than zeroing on political parties and the judiciary. They are important, particularly as what we practice now. Democracy is not a destination. It is a journey. And there's no country that has ever reached the end of that journey. Western liberal democracy even for those from where and from whom we got it, they are now thinking of rethinking. They are taking a second look at it. And if they are taking a second look, shouldn't we, upon whom it was imposed, shouldn't we be looking inward and looking back for something that would be fairly authentic African? Call it what you like. Just make sure it has history, culture, and values that are African. You can call it democracy if you like. You can call it African democracy. In that case, it will be African with African context and African content. Political party may be part of it, as we may think, as we go along, that in a different way, and the judiciary may have little or nothing to do with democracy and establishment of government. We have to do innovative, positively disruptive thinking. And think and take action out of box. Maybe we should begin with the re-examination of people representative or community representative, rather than the hijacked representative by political party. Thank you, and I wish you successful deliberation.
Let the applause be very presidential. Thank you very much. Thank you, Your Excellency. Thank you for your thoughts on African democracy and the way forward. We appreciate you. Thank you. He has set the tone. That's our chairman today, and we appreciate you. Former president, former head of state, an amazing statesman. We celebrate you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Now that he's almost close to his seat, maybe we can all sit down now. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we just listened to the former president of Nigeria, His Excellency President Olusegun Obasanjo GCFR. And one thing is very clear, is if leaders give democracy direction, if institutions give democracy structure, then scholarship give democracy something equally important. The ability to examine itself, to question itself, and to learn from its history, and to imagine what it can become. It is therefore fitting that alongside the political leaders and statesmen gathered here today, we hear from a scholar whose life work has been devoted to understanding the forces that shape governance and democratic development in Africa. Our distinguished keynote speaker, Professor Karuti Kayinga, Research Professor of Development Studies at the Institute for Development Studies, University of Nairobi, Kenya, will be speaking to us now. Professor Kayinga. Welcome here. Thank you.
Your Excellency, former President of Nigeria, Obasanjo, Your Excellency, former President of Nigeria, Goodluck, Jonathan, who is the person inviting us to this great event, the Governor of Bauchi State, May I say that I align with all the protocols already established. Or as we say in East Africa, I would like to say, all protocols observed. Let me begin by noting that it's a great honor to give this keynote address at the 2026 Goodluck Jonathan Foundation Democracy Dialogue. And I would like to thank His Excellency, the President, for this particular invitation. I am saying that this is an important dialogue that we should be having in Africa for several reasons. Some of them have already been identified here. But one of the main reasons that we should be bearing in mind is that this is a space that Goodluck Jonathan Foundation is providing us in Africa to discuss the Africa of today and the Africa that future generations will enjoy and live in. We want an Africa where Japa, or what I hear in Nigeria, the youth say Japa, moving and flying out of the country because there are no jobs across Africa. So we want a continent where there will be no Japa unless you are going out for tourism. But let's say, and honestly, that the youth who go out of Africa for jobs are voting with their feet because our policies have failed them. We cannot provide security for them. We cannot provide jobs for them. And the education that we offer them does not give them any particular opportunities. And that's why I would really like to commend the foundation for this very important occasion. But let me also add here that the future of this continent, as recognized by Goodluck Jonathan's Foundation, lies in our very hands. But the future will depend on how we conduct our elections and build our political parties. Although former President Obasanjo seems to say that actually we need to recraft and to rethink our political parties. I will also be coming back to that very shortly. To think about Africa of the future, we need not only think about elections and political parties or even the role of the judiciary, but we also need to think about policies that work for our people. We have elections almost every other 4 years here in Nigeria, Ghana, every 5 years in Kenya, every 5 years in Uganda, Tanzania, and many other countries in Africa. Periodic elections from 1960s when the continent was decolonized. But it is a pity that even if we have had elections for those many years, we have not eradicated poverty on the continent. We are indicted. Today, close to 120 million here in Nigeria are poor. That's close to 50%, 46% of the population. Another number, 44% in Kenya are poor. In Tanzania, the same. 60% of the blacks in South Africa who are chasing everyone out of the continent, the blacks in South Africa are poor in spite of democracy. So we need to rethink our elections and the role of even political parties so that it's not only politics that we should be concerned about, but governance that can feed our people. We need political parties that think beyond political competition and think about how to prevent the youth from getting frustrated. May I emphasize again that this space that is being created here for us to discuss the Africa we want is special and of a very different kind across Africa. And if you don't believe me, ask yourself, when did the African Union have a gathering of this nature discussing Africa's present and future? Or think even about ECOWAS, SANDC, or East African community. They discuss what leaders would like to hear. But I'm very happy that the tone has been set of very candid discussions. And it's my hope that the foundation will continue with this particular sky the limit kind of discussions where there is no censorship as we have in other organs within the continent. But this dialogue is also important in another kind. We are having this discussion in Nigeria. And Nigeria is not any other country in Africa. Nigeria is a pace setter in many respects. It's not only one of the largest economies, but it is the home of the most successful entrepreneurs on the continent. It's the home of Africa's billionaires. It's the home of major cultural identities, and a country that seeks to foster peace everywhere in the world, everywhere in Africa. In my own country, President Obasanjo has been there many times, and every time he comes there, he's celebrated more than we celebrate our own. But Nigeria also represents contradictions we see in Africa. It represents the contradictions we see in Africa because that vibrancy has got paradoxes also, in the sense that political parties and the successive governments have not really been able to address the question of development challenges that face most of Nigeria's future, Nigerians' children. And I'm saying that simply because this is the trend everywhere in the world. This is the trend everywhere in Africa, that our governments have not been able to address the key challenges that confront our people. Let me digress and say, Your Excellency, there's something very unique about Nigerians, and I want to be very honest, Your Excellency. Nigerians are the most patriotic individuals you have on the continent. When I was in Europe studying for my PhD, we used to have many friends, Nigerians, Ghanaians, Zimbabweans. And every time, because it was in the 90s, we would all talk very badly about our own respective countries. But if you dare speak bad about Nigeria, you risked losing your teeth. Nigerians, and I think I learned this from last night, your national anthem actually bestows a sense of patriotism. So no matter how Nigerians see the country looking like, they don't discuss it in that negative manner like other countries do. And I'm saying that's very exceptional. That's very exceptional, and I must admit that's very exceptional. And I think Nigerians need to celebrate themselves for that. But can we tap that? Can we embrace that collectiveness to prevent Japan? Can we embrace that collectiveness to have a spirit of addressing the key challenges that hold Nigeria and that hold the continent from becoming a better continent for all? Let me go back to the question of elections again and point out that the question itself that has been posed and we have been addressing has been addressed by the key speakers is very important in its own right. But there is no starting point other than trying to recall the ones of the late Professor Claude Ake, a Nigerian son, who in the 1990s said, democracy appears to be triumphant and unassailable. Unfortunately to him, the triumph of democracy is more apparent than real. Democracy and elections are no longer threatening political elites around the world or even in Africa because they can enjoy democracy without getting bothered about its outcome. In other words, today in Africa, even across the world actually, no one fears democracy anymore. In the past, we had leaders who did not want to hold elections or to hear the word democracy. But today, no one fears to hold elections, for instance. Some leaders are not afraid of holding elections because how can you lose an election that you are organizing? Unless you have a good justice, as I have had seated here, right? How can you lose an election when you are the incumbent and you have got state resources? How can you lose an election when you can buy a judge rather than hire a lawyer or an advocate? How can you lose an election when you can decide who to vote, who is going to vote? And that's the word that our late Tadika Mukandawera would always think about, that in Africa, actually, leaders can choose voters. You can decide who is in the voter register. You can decide how to disenfranchise voters. You can decide to cause violence during the polling day, and by having violence, women will be the first people to disappear from the polling station, and they won't come back. And that's why some leaders don't fear to hold elections. But the other negative trends and the negative phenomena that is taking place in the world today, extremist governments are on the rise even in Europe, voted by their own people. America is very different from the America we knew. United Kingdom is different from the country we knew. The Scandinavians, some of them are different from what we knew. There are democratic reversals across the world today, not in Africa alone. But what's more, coups have returned in Africa, military interventions have returned, and getting support of the citizens because elections have become less meaningful to many people. Elections have become less meaningful because they do not tend to respond to the needs of the ordinary people. Once elected, leaders disappear. They don't get back to their constituencies. They don't get to bother about what people are talking about. And because they don't care about what people care about, in the next election, they come with goodies. They line them up. And this is a phenomenon that is very common in Ghana, in Kenya, in Tanzania, in Uganda, name it. And once they do that, elections then cause disillusionment among the citizens. They cause disillusionment and people start wondering whether actually we are independent or not. So people want meaningful choices across the continent, but we are not giving them that meaningful elections. They want choices, but we are preventing them from having those particular choices. And I must admit, many members of parliament disappear from constituencies because they know they can buy people. And probably this is why we keep our people poor. Because you know you can have goodies and give them the much you can and they will vote for you. But unfortunately, it's people who queue for goodies these days. So in other words, I'm simply saying that we need to start rethinking even how we conduct our elections. But it's not elections alone that we should be thinking about. Democracy does not have any other option than the option of respecting people's will. Democracy does not have any other option because it is based on the need and the ability to compete freely in our society. It is based on the understanding that rules that apply to everyone will apply to everyone equally. And that's where the courts matter. I must commend the Justice, Madam Justice here, for what I've heard so far. And therefore I will reserve the comments that I wanted to make about judiciary for that reason. But nonetheless, I'll speak about judiciary in other parts of the continent. But we must be worried because we are not giving our voters the choices they desire. Sometimes we manipulate rules in order to fit ourselves and our interests, forgetting that people matter. And it's only recently, as 5 or 6 years ago, that the courts in some parts of the continent have stamped the authority on telling leaders there is an extent to which you can rig elections, but the will of the people must be respected. And therefore, they overturned elections in Kenya. The courts overturned elections in Malawi. In other countries, the judges are cowed, intimidated, or they are disappeared. And that, of course, causes fear almost everywhere. But if you look across the continent, the trend is really disturbing. The trend is very disturbing because judges are captured, pocketed, and sometimes, as I argue later, become part of the executive in many respects. This has resulted to citizens lacking trust in our institutions. This has resulted in citizens losing faith in our government. And this has resulted in citizens losing trust in political parties. But there is more reason why people are losing trust in political parties. It's because political parties across the continent are not living to their expectations. Political parties across the continent do not have policies to transform their society. They have policies to outcompete one another. They have policies to outcompete one another, but not policies to transform the continent, not policies to transform their respective countries. And in fact, even succession, leadership succession in some political parties leaves a lot to be desired. And that's why we say when political parties fail, the contest then becomes that of personalities and other social dimensions like identities, like ethnicity itself, tribes, or even political parties become captured by dominant interests in the society. And when you look at political parties, whether Nigeria or everywhere across Africa, one thing becomes very clear. What we have today is not the traditional political parties of the 60s that made a lot of difference on the continent. In fact, political parties to political leaders today are like Danfo, Keke, or Okanda. And I believe these are public transport vehicles. Yeah, political parties are like Okada or Danfo to take you from one election to another. And because they are not very well serviced, they break along the way. And when they break along the way, we have a lot of factions. I don't know how many factions we have in this room of different political parties. I believe we have many factions. It's a common thread across the continent. One party can have 3 or 4 factions. And you are lucky if you belong, if you are supporting the government of the day. If you are supporting the government of the day, the ruling party, you can be allowed to be a member of many parties and no law will catch up with you. No law will catch up with you because you'll be protected That fraud is protected by the ruling elites. And that's a pity, because we are not then building institutions of democracy. We are making political parties themselves laughable on the continent. But let me also point out that when I'm talking about political parties, I'm not talking about ruling political parties alone. I am tempted to argue that even opposition political parties today across the continent are the mirror image of the government they criticize. They are waiting to get into the government, but we have never seen the difference in how they govern. I'm tempted to argue that even opposition political parties, when they get into office, they don't have the capacity to begin their administration. I'm tempted to argue that the difference between opposition political parties and the government is that they are all political parties. They behave the same. Otherwise, we would have been seeing changes on the continent. And there are some countries, actually, when political parties win elections and others are in the opposition. Those in the opposition, the first thing they do is to knock on the door of the government asking, can we come in? Can we have an alliance? And that itself minimizes the importance of political parties in many ways. Let me also end this point by saying that even political parties themselves lack internal democracy. And yet we want them to have internal democracy in order to govern successfully. They rig their own party elections. They nominate the candidates they want. They don't give voice to ordinary citizens. And they relate with ordinary citizens as, and by the way, you know who you will give a ticket in the next general election, whether people want it or not. This is the tragedy of our political parties. But there is another phenomenon that is worrying. Elections on the continent have become very expensive in a manner that prevents women and the youth and physically and those who are able differently from participating in elections. I've been looking at the studies on cost of politics in Nigeria, Kenya, Ethiopia, and a couple of other countries, and I'm surprised that House of Representatives requires not less than 500 million naira. In Kenya, $300,000. And to become a governor, I think you require something close to 2 billion naira. And it becomes very difficult for women to mobilize such amount of money. So in the process, you mobilize that kind of resources by using private businesses. And the moment you use private businesses, and I'm not talking about even presidential candidate Obi, I'm not talking about presidential. You mobilize private businesses to give you support. And the moment you win an election, they capture your policies. So you are back to zero again, because the policies they capture are not for the interest of the society, but for the interest of their own. In addition to lacking democracy, political parties seem not to be having an agenda that can be differentiated from one another. Ideology, the dogmatic differences, ideological differences in terms of policies that used to differentiate political parties in the past is no longer in place. So one cannot tell what one particular party belongs to and what it doesn't. But even if this is the situation, at least we can say when there is fair competition, then judiciary can come in and arbitrate disputes with ease. But the only problem with the judiciary and the courts in particular is that the courts across the continent have become commodified. And where, from my part of the world, we say, why would you like to hire a lawyer when you can buy a judge? Why would you like to waste your money by hiring an advocate, and yet you can buy a judge. That means a lot. It means that access to justice is only possible for those who have got money and those who have got political power. And that itself has ruined the independence of the judiciary across the continent, or in many parts of the continent. The courts cannot uphold the rule of law, neither can they arbitrate disputes in a fair manner or in a manner that can be seen to be fair by everyone in the society. But this is even worse. It's even worse where we have got strong executives or strong presidentialism. It is even worse where parliament is co-opted and where parliament is weakened. Because in the process of weakening parliament, you also seek to weaken the judiciary. And where the ruling party is dominant and the opposition are knocking on the door of the government to be part of the government, you lose everything. But we must also admit that as political parties, we put the judges under tremendous pressure. When judges are given disputes from among the politicians and those disputes are taken to the court, we must admit that we turn the judiciary into another political battlefield. We must admit we are asking judiciary to arbitrate disputes that we have been unable to resolve politically. And therefore, the rulers in such a manner will always castigate the judiciary negatively, irrespective of the reasons that the judges have made. So turning the judiciary into a new battlefield is something we need to start sympathizing with and ask ourselves, is there a way we can arbitrate our disputes, political disputes, without taking them to the judges? Because in the process of doing so, we politicize the judiciary. In fact, we have instances where presidents on this continent have warned the courts because of the manner in which they have determined presidential cases or even parliamentary cases. So you end up having courts and the judges having a lot of fear in how to address political cases and political disputes, because you don't know whether you'll be alive or not. And if they are not intimidated, for sure, they are co-opted. Some are bribed with houses, some are bribed with cars, or even cash is a common phenomenon. And this is why we need to start thinking very carefully about what is it that can be done in the society to protect our courts, our judges, from intimidation by politicians and make them as independent as they should be. And there are several ways to think about. One is to depoliticize political cases that go to courts, and of course, embolden the judges and the courts in order to stand their ground, because what they are giving us evidence for how they determine the cases is proper and well thought about. We need to insulate the judiciary from partisan political manipulation, but this can only happen if we are all very vigilant as a society, as a continent, to say we have a future to protect for our own children. Your Excellencies, let me conclude by making the following observations. I would like to go back to the question of whether political parties and the judiciary can save Africa's democracy. There's no simple answer to this question. And my answer, therefore, is yes, but not in the present form and character of political parties and the judiciary. But it's also yes, but not on them by themselves alone. Democracy takes place in the ecosystem comprising courts, political parties and electoral management bodies, and other governance institutions. They must be playing their role in sync. But as we have seen, even here in Nigeria and the rest of Africa, people's confidence, even in electoral institutions, is very, very low because of all those electoral institutions have got their commissioners appointed and are directed by the executive on day-to-day basis. Political parties can save democracy if they cease to be electoral vehicles of transporting politicians from one election to another. The judiciary can also save democracy if it is independent not only in word but also in practice and on everyday basis. Above all, I would like to point out that democracy will be saved when parties and all political elites on the continent are responsive to the needs of the society. I plead, Your Excellencies, having millions and millions of poor people on the continent 60 years after independence, millions of people without access to electricity, millions of people living hungry every day, millions of children out of school. It's not something we should be proud about as a continent. It is not. But we laugh most when we compete and give goodies to these poor people. Please, let us think twice about our continent and build the continent we have a future to protect. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
For us, we could call it keynote address. I think this is State of the Continent address from Professor Kayinga. Can we put our hands together for him? Thank you very much. Bringing home the truth. So we will go back to our goodwill messages. 2 minutes apiece, please, because we need to manage our time very carefully. And to kick us off, let me welcome the governor from the glory of our land, His Excellency the Governor of Bayelsa State. I welcome you, His Excellency Doye Diri.
Thank you. Your Excellency, the former President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, our own father, President Olusegun Obasanjo, GCFR, and Your Excellency, the former President of Nigeria, my own elder brother, President Goodluck Ebele Jonathan, GCFR, and your dear wife, please allow me to adopt the protocol that has already been elaborately adopted. First, I'd like to thank the former president and the foundation for making this possible and keeping alive for us to continue to dialogue about our country and how our country will be better. To my mind, we are today here gathered again because it's an annual thing. I remember that I kick-started it in Bayelsa State when he started moving to the states. And today's topic is about democracy. I'd like to bring it home to Bayelsa State. Democracy has been well defined by President Obasanjo. And democracy is about the rule of law and is built on 3 pillars. The pillars of justice, equity, and fairness. And I believe that we have missed the road of democracy in Nigeria long ago. Because there is no justice where oil in Oloibiri that gave this country an oil commercial producing country. Oloibiri today is a shadow of itself. And all of us come to Abuja at the end of the month to come and share oil, money. I don't think that that's what democracy is all about. I don't believe that a local government that brings so much money to Nigeria, Southern Ijaw local government, where I invited President Obasanjo, who graciously came. For 60 years, they have no access to the headquarters of that local government. It is only recently that I have concluded a 630 meters long bridge to the headquarters of that local government. And so, to my mind, there is total injustice where I have just 8 local government areas. Some other states have 40 local government areas and above. And the resources from my state is used to share to those local government areas. And I have only 8. There is injustice. And whoever that becomes president, the injustice continues. The unfairness continues. Resources are expropriated. Today, there is gold in Zamfara and other places. And what do we experience? Insecurity. Most of the insecurity is also traced to the discovery of gold in that far north. And so, my dear leaders, my conclusion is that for democracy to thrive in Nigeria, there must be true federalism. I delivered a lecture in the University of Nigeria, Nsukka, about a year ago on true federalism. And until Nigeria begins to practice federalism, we will have some pseudo-democratic, pseudo-autocratic, and sometimes even a tyrannical government in this country. However, I will still congratulate my elder brother, the former president, who has made this possible. And we must continue to judge so that at the end of the day, the country will be better for us all. Thank you, and God bless you all.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. He has led the way. His goodwill was exactly 2.5 minutes. We appreciate you, so other people can follow suit. Let me welcome here, representing the President of the Court of Appeal, Honorable Justice Mistura Bolaji Yusuf of Just Division of the Appeal Court, to please step forward. 2 minutes.
Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please permit me to adopt the protocol that has been established. I stand here representing Honorable Justice Monica Dongban-Mason, the President of the Court of Appeal of Nigeria, who is unavoidably absent. She has asked me to present her humble and sincere apology. Her absence is not a choice. It is due to exigencies of duty. She has asked me to say that she is highly honored to have been invited by Your Excellency, the former President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and the Goodluck Jonathan Foundation, and to herself and the Court of Appeal. She says the role of the political parties and the judiciary in strengthening and consolidating democracy in Africa, that Your Excellency, the chosen theme is exceptionally relevant. At this time, due to the evolving amidst emerging political, technological, and socio-economic realities. Sustained scholarly engagement on the relationship between political institutions and the judiciary has become increasingly imperative. The strength of democratic governance is anchored in strong and robust institutions, dedicated adherence to constitutionalism, respect for the rule of law, and an enduring commitment to justice, accountability, and the peaceful resolution of disputes. The judiciary occupies a distinctive constitutional position as the impartial interpreter of the law, the guardian of the constitutional order, and the protector of the rights and liberties of all persons. Political parties, on the other hand, remain the requisite vehicles for democratic participation, political representation, and leadership development. Their respective constitutional mandates, though distinct, converge in the shared responsibility of preserving democratic legitimacy and sustaining public confidence in governance. Meaningful dialogue on this institutional relationship is therefore both timely and necessary for the continued advancement of democracy throughout Africa. She commends Your Excellency for your visionary leadership in establishing and sustaining Goodluck Jonathan Foundation Democracy Dialogue as a respected continental platform for intellectual discourse, policy engagement, and democratic reflection. Through this important initiative, the Foundation continues to make profound contributions to Africa's democratic development by promoting peaceful transitions, accountable governance, credible elections, and strengthening of resilient institutions. It will have been a great honor for her and pleasure to personally join such an esteemed gathering of visionary leaders, distinguished jurists, scholars, policymakers, and development partners committed to advancing meaningful progress, but due to unavoidable official and pre-scheduled engagements, she could not be here. She says, Your Excellency should please be kind to accept our profound appreciation for this gracious invitation, and she sent her best wishes for the successful hosting of the dialogue. We are confident that the deliberations will enrich contemporary democratic scholarship and generate enduring recommendations for the advancement of constitutional governance, institutional integrity, and sustained democracy across our continent. We are highly grateful and honored for the honor done to her and the institution that we serve. God bless Nigeria and God bless Africa.
Thank you very much. Representing the President of the Court of Appeal. After this final goodwill message, we'll have a group photograph with our special guests in front, and then we'll kick off with the panel sessions. So let me welcome finally the goodwill message, and that's the chairman of the Inter-Party Advisory Council. Please, as I welcome here, Dr. Yusuf Maman Dantali.
Your Excellency, the host governor, my own governor, Bala Muhammad, His Excellency, the organizer of this program and the pace setter of democracy in Nigeria, Dr. Goodluck Ebele Jonathan. our father, the father of democracy in Nigeria, His Excellency Baba Olusegun Aremu Obasanjo. Your Excellency, the former governor of Anambra State and the presidential candidate of NDC and a leader of modern Nigeria, and Your Excellencies, the former Vice President of Nigeria, I am sorry, as Namade Sambo, and my leader, my father and patron, the former Senate President of Nigeria and former Secretary to the Government of the Federation, Dr. Anyim Paus Anyim, other excellencies here present, traditional rulers here present, leaders of political parties, ladies and gentlemen, permit me to align with the protocol already established. I think it is important to say a few things about the destruction of political party and the role of judiciary currently with what we know. Political party, when we were younger, we see that political party as an institution was stronger. The leadership of political parties did not belong to elected officials. Party was a structure on its own independently. And when people are elected or parties determine, political parties ensure that elected officials align with the manifestos of the party. Until we got to a point that the National Assembly, in tandem with some executive officers who feel it is better for them to have control of political parties, chose to weaken political parties that are taking over the leadership from political party structure to the executive arm of the government. And in doing that, we also, the subvention given to political parties was withdrawn, and parties were left at the mercy of who is able to pay or drive the political party financial activities to determine what happens in the parties. So if we must get it right, I think it's something that both the previous leaders, the current leaders, the legislators, and all Nigerians should be sincere to see that we restore the strength of the institution of political parties. Because today, it is about who have the financial wherewithal and who is in power, who can pay, and also use the institution of a judiciary to destroy internal democracy in political parties. I listened to this presenter when he talked about factions in political parties. Most of the factions in the political party today, I'm sorry to tell you, they are manufactured. It is not by accident. I will use my own political party. If you go to the INEC in the last 3-4 months, and even last week, and ask, APM is one of the strongest political parties. But where you have a stronger contender in any political party, the next thing is either somebody from nowhere who is not a member of that party will claim the leadership of that party, people who have been suspended or expelled from that party because you weaponize the judiciary. You see judgments that have no justice. You see contradicting judgment on similar issues. So it is about the executive. It is about people who feel Nigeria belongs to them. It's about us. We must change this thing. It is not today, but if this education is allowed to continue, what will be the fate of the next generation? Because we are telling the next generation that it is normal to be unjust. It is normal to destroy. It is normal to take what the people believe in. Recently, in Osun State, few days to the election, who will say it's an accident, that the state account, or Osun State account, was placed on PND by the EFCC. Why should the state institution be used to witch hunt political opponents? This is an aberration. And in the interest of this country, we have to come together to rescue Nigeria for the interest of all of us so that we don't regret what we are doing. Some people were there yesterday that failed to do it. Those who are there today should know that whether they like it or not, somehow you won't be there. But the legacy you leave behind is important. Thank you so much.
Again, the message is very clear. The legacy should be for the continent, and the focus is on the continent. Your Excellency, the founder of the... We will quickly take a group photograph now, Your Excellencies, for those who are standing in front here, who are seated in front. Yes, let's have a group photograph here. Photographers, please, and then we'll continue with the panel discussion. Our Royal Father, the Emir Virtue, will be joining us, please. Yes. Our keynote speaker, Professor, please join the group photograph. Professor Patrick Tommy. Okay, so Mr. Asebu Ketia. Photographers, are you happy? Thank you. So we'll take our seats now and we'll go straight to the panel discussion. We'll go straight to the panel discussion. Our panel discussion that will be on leadership, institutions, and democratic renewal, reflections on strengthening African democracy beyond elections. That's the next thing now. Our moderator is a member of the Board of Trustees, Goodluck Jonathan Foundation, an internationally acknowledged intellectual and academic. Let me welcome here Professor Adebayo Olukoshi. You're welcome, Professor. These are our discussants. His Excellency Kadri Desiré Quadrago, former Prime Minister Burkina Faso and former President ECOWAS Commission. Let me also welcome here a former INEC resident electoral commissioner, Barrister Mikey Guinea. Honorable Fatoumata Njai, member of the National Assembly, Republic of Gambia. And now, finally, Professor Hassan Saliu, Professor of Political Science, University of Ilorin. So this is your panel. Over to you, sir, the moderator.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Please give me the... Okay, please, thank you very much. Let's settle down. My hope is that this panel discussion will drill deeper into some of the things we have heard from the various addresses up to this point, including the keynote speech that was delivered by Professor Kahinga. There has been a general saying that elections may be necessary for any system to claim itself democratic, but it is not sufficient as a condition. And I would like to begin by asking Mr. Igini, who has extensive experience of electoral processes, what more can be done beyond elections to make democracy work?
Thank you. Thank you. All protocol duly observed. I am very honored to be part of the annual dialogue, particularly on this subject matter of democracy beyond elections, whether political parties and judiciary can save African democracy. First, it should be noted that the whole embrace of democracy is essentially that it brings about participation and accountability in the process of human development. And so, the basic assumption post-1990 Africa Democratic Constitution Project has always been that because we have been having elections mediated by political parties and adjudicated upon by judiciary, then of course they are considered as sufficient instrument for Africa democratic consolidation. That, to me, from our lived experience, is wholly incorrect. On the part that our experience in Africa, and particularly in our own country, Nigeria, have shown clearly that despite the wave of election in Africa, these elections have not met the expectation of the people. That we have periodic 4 years election is not enough to sustain democracy. Citizens need service delivery, accountability, and transparency. This has been lacking. Now, what is clear, first, with respect to political party, is the fact that in Africa, as the keynote speaker have addressed eloquently, and in Nigeria, political parties are not ideological platforms that are having programs that ought to aggregate societal interest. But rather, political parties in Africa and in Nigeria are proprietary vehicles that are being used by elites to capture state power in order to have access to state resources. This has been much of what we have seen. And so, like the former president, the father of democracy, President Olusegun Obasanjo said, that the crisis of African politics can only be understood from the realm of the colonial state formation. We started with multi-party system. From multi-party, we moved to one-party consolidation in Africa continent, and thereafter back to multi-party system. But the truth and the reality in our country is that elections in Africa and in Nigeria are now mere stage events wherein international and local domestic observers are called upon to watch them, to see orchestrated
please, can we have one room, please? A lot of distraction and noise.
Orchestrated rituals.
Thank you.
In the name of elections, wherein power is given to the most violent set of people, those who have hijacked political parties for themselves and for their supporters along elite line. And it has to be understood clearly. You see, Professor Peter Eke in 1975 tried to explain the tragedy of party politics in Africa, that our experience with colonialism brought Africa to two publics, the theory of two publics, the primordial public and the civil public. When you see that in Africa, politicians try to capture political power, it flows from the understanding of our integration into two publics. The primordial public is governed by your loyalty to your ethnic group. The civil public, which is the governmental realm, assumed to have been introduced by the colonial people, is a governmental realm where you are supposed to take from the civic to saturate the primordial realm. And so it is that orientation that has been taken into politics, where they hijack political party for the purpose of resource distribution to themselves, to their friends, and elite line. That has to be understood, because if we are going to rebuild, looking at the state of party politics and democracy in Africa, we must understand the etiology, the historical fact that both the civic public and the primordial public are not governed by the same morality. You can steal from government and take to the primordial realm and you are celebrated. That is the reason why political parties today have that type of orientation.
Thank you.
Now,
Thank you.
with respect to, quickly, judiciary. The judiciary is supposed to be a complementary role in the advancement of democracy. Regrettably, the judiciary, as my constituency, that is supposed to be the ultimate guarantor of electoral justice, that's elevated, romanticized, and elevated to that level in constitutional design over the years, have failed to meet our expectations. As a matter of fact, if we are learning anything at all in Africa and Nigeria in particular, it will be recalled that the United Kingdom, that even introduced Nigeria into election rigging, for the period of 100 years, there have been no post-election education in England until 2010, for a period of 99 years. Why is it that rather than allow election to end at the polling unit where the winner is determined, today it is the court that determines who should be candidates of political parties? As a matter of fact, it is the court that will determine whether political party will participate even in our next election, and they are still hanging right there in the court. So, in rebuilding our system, we must look at who are the people that want to use to build the political party in Nigeria. And I will use the former president as an example of what he did as a president. As a president of Nigeria, in terms of party interference, he was clear out of it. In terms of judiciary, he was completely not involved. And I will give two examples. I was the commissioner in Cross River State. The PDP failed to do primaries. As an umpire, in line with the relevant law as of 2010, I signed a report to the effect that the governor of the state and all of them will not participate in that election. They ran to Mr. President. They ran to Chief NSA Azazi. Now, when the president came to Cross River to campaign, every leader of the political party were saying that I was wearing number 12 JC and that I must be removed from office. When it was the turn of President Jonathan to speak, he avoided joining issues with them. At about 9 a.m., when they had got to Osun State, where they went for campaign, late Oroto Douglas placed a call to me that the president wanted to speak to me, but I missed the call. And he said he should tell me that Professor Jega, Professor Lurode, and myself, who were from civil society, we were never appointed to help the PDP, and that they should tell me to continue to do the right work. That was what he did and others.
Thank you.
So you cannot build institutions without people who have democratic values. African political party and even the judiciary that's supposed to stand tall and mighty in defense of democracy and the rule of law, which today is seen as the lost hope of the people with respect to democratic justice in our country. I think I will stop for now. I allow my colleagues to go. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Let me turn to Kadri Wedrogu. And you've had vast experience across the West African sub-region in your capacity as a former Executive Secretary of the ECOWAS Commission and also in your role as former Prime Minister of Burkina Faso.
Thank you.
And in recent times, the current government in Burkina has decided to dissolve all political parties. Maybe that decision fits into some of the reflections of President Obasanjo that we need to rethink the political parties. Could I get your comments on that and also your inputs into this discussion?
Thank you, moderator. Please allow me to say how happy I am to be here in Bauchi, a beautiful city that I couldn't visit during my years of residence in Nigeria. I give thanks to the Lord for making it possible for me to be here today. I would like to pay tribute to President Goodluck Jonathan, President of the Foundation, for his tireless efforts to strengthen peace, living together, good governance, and democracy in Africa. I pay particular particularly tribute to him for example he sets for the present and future generations of Africa. The theme of our proceedings invites us to reflect on the role of political parties and the judiciary in the post-election period. But this is closely related to what occurs in also the pre-election period. Therefore, allow me to recall the words of President Abraham Lincoln when he stated that democracy is government of the people, by the people, and for the people. This shows clearly that representative democracy is based on elections. Elections serve to designate representatives of the people who will exercise power on their behalf and lead them towards the objectives they have freely set for themselves. Therefore, it is essential that the electoral system be transparent, credible, and inclusive. Political parties and election management bodies must work hard towards this because there can be no sustainable democracy without transparent and credible elections. Political parties have an important role to play after the elections. They have contributed to offering populations the societal project they intend to promote through their campaign activities and election monitoring. They have worked hard to make elections fair and credible. They therefore have the responsibility to maintain peace and stability in the country by adopting an attitude that avoids any form of post-election violence, but they also have a responsibility to denounce shortcomings and fraud so that the results are not tainted by any doubt or mistake. So that those who have lost the election be able to congratulate those who won them. This is the strength of democracy, and this is what must prevail in democracy in Africa. The parties must, however, support their grievances with tangible and compelling evidence so that the appeals can be judged objectively while respecting the legal avenues adopted for redressing wrongs. And it is for the judiciary to arbitrate between the parties and validate the results. So I want to stop here for the 2 minutes you have allocated to us for introductory remarks.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Igini said there's a deficit of ideology. You said they mobilize on the basis of ideology. I would like to come back to that in order to open some discussion on which is which at the current time. But let me move on to Honorable Fatumata Njai, who is an independent member of the Parliament of the Republic of the Gambia. Now, Honorable Njai, you started as a member of the Party of Independence, representing that party in Parliament, and then that party was hijacked in favor of the ruling party, and you stood as an independent candidate. What do you think of the role of parties in the strengthening of democracy in our context?
Thank you very much, Prof. And I would also like to join my colleague panelists to thank the Goodluck Jonathan Foundation and His Excellency Goodluck Jonathan for coming up with this important topic, especially in this era we see ourselves in Africa. Yes, I was a member of a political party. I contested my first term under a political party. I was expelled from the party because I stood my grounds against certain values that I believe the party should have held but did not hold. In a democracy, political parties have great roles to play. They are the players that present presidents. They give us our leaders. They hold the doors to government. So they need to hold a certain level of democracy for our nations to have that level of democracy, without which democracy will not be strong. I have seen political parties exercising that level of democracy unevenly, and in many cases, not to the level required to consolidate proper democracy. Political parties are indispensable to representative democracy. Their responsibility does not only end in elections. The most part of their work starts after elections. But what I see is that political parties end their work after elections. They start running around months or a year before elections, trying to get membership for their parties. How then would they consolidate values for parties? You need to look at countries, for example, like Senegal. We have seen how they won the 2024 elections. If it wasn't for a very consolidated political party, it wouldn't have taken them 11 days to win an election. And I think Africa should learn from Senegal and political party PASTEF. They won the elections when they were in prison. And why is that? Because they had a consolidated political party. And Prof asked me why I stood independent. I stood independent because my political party was the founding political party in the Gambia. It led us to independence. It stood for certain values, and that was why it led us to independence. If we know the history of Gambia, before we got our independence, our first president, Salvador Kairaba Jawara, may his soul continue to rest in peace, rejected a referendum. Why? Because he was a Democrat. We fell short, I think, by a little number of votes, and he decided to go back to the people. Why is that? Because he wanted to maintain this, he wanted to maintain the trust of the people. He could have used his power as a leader and just decided, and the courts would have withheld his decision, because that was the position Africa was at the moment, but he decided not to. And the reason I also decided to challenge my political party when they wanted to join the ruling government was because we all knew what happened in Gambia for 22 years and what happened in December 2026 when we removed a dictator of over 22 years. And if 3 years into the change, our ruling government decided to embrace the same political party that we defeated, the same political party that took us through tyranny for 22 years, I think that as a person of principle, I would not stand and watch my party join that same party that removed us in power in 1994. So my principle did not allow me. I challenged my leadership. I went for the leadership of the party. I got expelled. And the topic today is whether political parties or judiciary can save African democracy. I would say yes, and I can also say no. I have been a victim of both. I took my matter to court. It was dragged, and the decision was only taken after the elections had taken place. If I was waiting for judgment, I wouldn't have contested, so I opted to go as an independent candidate, and justice was prevailed because it shows that it is the electorate that decides, not political parties, not the judiciary. Unfortunately for me, I won. But it could have gone another way. If I had shied away from my responsibilities, I wouldn't have contested as an independent candidate. I would still have been waiting for that judgment, and that judgment would have never come on time. So I think political parties need to protect democracy. They need to exercise internal democracy before they can aim to protect national, continental, regional, or global democracy. Thank you.
Thank you, Fatoumata. Professor Saliu, institutions, leadership. Sometimes they are counterposed against each other. Africa needs institutions, Africa needs leaders. Could you please share your reflection with us? Will our problems be solved if we simply have strong political parties, which was partially addressed by one of the speakers, or if we have just visionary leaders for the continent?
Thank you. Let me start by recognizing two former presidents who are here with us today. I'm referring to Papa Obasanjo and gentleman President Goodluck Ebele Jonathan. The question you have asked me to answer, I want to approach it this way. What is the context of politics in Nigeria for us to appreciate the role of judiciary and the political party? The nature of politics in a fundamental way will shape the way politics or democracy is being practiced in any country. A look at our political environment right from independence to date will suggest that politics has always been played in Nigeria against the background of people in government pulling in one direction and the masses pulling in another direction. Against that background, there's no way the political parties that have emerged in that kind of environment will do things that are contrary to what obtained in the political environment. I have to put this in the context for us to understand that political parties are not just institutions alone. They work hand in hand with other institutions to produce the outcome that we want, even though the outcome is still far off, but at least we have started the process. So what I'm saying essentially is that the system of political party needs to be seen within the context of Nigerian politics. We suggest that those who have been elected in most cases try to do things contrary to what the people that have elected them want them to do. And we want to blame this on the part of political party. The parties that you have in Nigeria, I won't describe them as alien parties. I won't describe them as the missing link, the missing rib of Nigerian democracy, because they seem to have little in common with the Nigerian society. For instance, when policies are being formulated and the policies are not too good for the people, most times you don't hear the parties speaking out by coming out with alternative positions. They lead people to find their level. And I'm saying that a political party ordinarily should set an agenda, should be an institution that shapes the policy environment in favor of the masses. But when the parties have not really emerged from the people, then we have a problem in terms of what they do and what they do not do. Ordinarily, political parties are to provide political education, are to mobilize resources, are to mobilize the people, are to provide alternative development trajectory to the citizens. If they do that, that will enable the citizens to appreciate the multitude of the parties that are in existence. But in Nigeria, can we say the parties are playing this role? My answer is yes, like the last speaker said, and my answer is also no. It's no largely because the parties have not really demonstrated they are democratic in nature. We have seen cases where their members have been unfairly treated. So if a party treats its member unfairly, how do you expect the party to treat the larger Nigerian population fairly? Charity, I see you want me to stop?
Yeah, round up.
Yeah, okay. I'll quickly rush through this thing. Some of the parties, not all of them, see themselves, some candidates see parties as vehicle for gaining public offices, i.e., the vehicle you use to yourself to be governor, to be senator, to be out of rep, nothing more. And that's why the intervention of Baba Obasanjo on the issue of value is very relevant. No matter how many times we tinker with our law, no matter how many times we complain about our political parties, once the value system is not adjusted, it will mean nothing. Progress will never be eroded. We need to talk about value system. How can you treat your member unfairly? And you are asking Nigeria to vote for you, and maybe something happens, you are voted for. What do you have to give? Is the unfairness that you are giving to your member that will translate to the larger Nigeria society. And I'm saying that if you are to cure the heel of our democracy, which I attribute to be about 70% created by political parties, we must have to focus on the political party and by extension the judiciary. But the two cannot be isolated from the context of the environment in which they operate. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So in a context in which parties are captured, and are basically financed by self-appointed godfathers, and in which membership counts for little or nothing at the end of the day, how does your argument still stand?
Well, my argument still stands in the sense that parties ordinarily are supposed to be formed by the people. Are supposed to be formed by the people, where members pay subscription fee as we used to have under PRP. But these days, apology to the sitting governor here, Your Excellency, I think I'm free to talk. In a case where the parties with governance rely on their governor to fund their activities, what do you expect will happen when the ordinary member don't have any stake? They are not contributing anything. In fact, whenever the party has any program, the party has to mobilize the members in the Nigerian way for them to be able to attend the program. So how do you now expect members that have been mobilized to attend party activities to be in a position to call to the order those who are providing the fund with which they are running the political party? I think the solution to this is to change our attitude towards political parties. Let us come to the realization that parties are public institutions and they have strategic role they are playing. Therefore, I won't lose any sleep if tomorrow government decide, as we used to have under President Obasanjo, where parties were being given some support in order to run their affairs. Because by the time you allow them to form the party, you impose very stringent conditions on them. They must be national. Even if they are not, their aspirations are national, but they must be national in outlook. Raising money to be national has to come from effort of some people. And those who are providing the fund certainly will not go and sit back and allow people to do whatever they want to do with the fund they are provided. So I'm saying that parties should be driven by members. Members have to contribute something to running the party. In a situation where manna comes from heaven, anything can happen. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm sure there are members of different parties in the audience here. How many of you have paid your annual membership dues? Let me see a show of hands. I've seen only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'm going to do a verification exercise. Okay. Let me go to Dr. James Aji. There's leadership and there's leadership. And sometimes we talk about leadership as though that is the panacea, whereas in fact what is more important is visionary leadership. Even where institutions are still weak, if we have visionary leaders, our countries can make progress. At least that is a strand of argument in the literature. How do you respond to that? I was talking about visionary leadership.
Yeah, thank you very much, Prof. Thank you very much, Prof. It's an honor to be part of this intellectual panel. And I think it's even a greater honor to be before this high-level panel, this high-level audience. It's an honor to be back in Bauchi. The first time I was here in Bauchi was in the early 90s. When coming from Cameroon, I was a student at Ahmadu Bello University, Zaria. I came in from Taraba, Benue, Plateau, and because I had a classmate here, I had to spend a weekend here before continuing to Zaria. So it's a pleasure to be back here. Thank you very much. The good thing about being the last speaker on a panel is that you can easily say everything has been said by the previous speakers. But I'll try to build on them. The first thing I want to build on is my sister panelist who said internal democracy in political parties is essential. I think it's very important. Yes, political parties are crucial for governance, but political parties are a reflection, or at the national level, governance is a reflection of what we have internally in political parties. We're talking, for example, of inclusion, youth and women. If you look at political parties, what is the place of youth and women? How many political parties, for example, have leaders, not even just as leaders, but as key members of the executive or the national working group of those political parties? If you are unable to have that within a political party, it's unlikely to expect it when this political party comes to power. And I think, Prof, even visionary leadership, it is at the level of the political party that you'll be able to spot visionary leadership. It doesn't just jump from somewhere. So political parties can be that initial forum, framework where you can identify visionary leadership. A question, you asked a question to former Prime Minister Kadre about political parties in Burkina Faso. And I think it's an important question because one of the things we have said here is that democracy is not just for the win of elections. It's not only for the successes that the political party should get. It should be for the dividends. What do the people get? Because overall, the role of politics or the place of politics and governance is to be able to ameliorate the life of the majority, if not all the citizens of the country. So if you have situations where you have political parties booming and the standard of living, education, health is still low, then the political parties are not doing their job. But if you have a country where there's no political parties or where political parties are banned and there's some semblance of progress, some semblance of development, then the question is, do political parties really play that constructive role that they should be playing? I'm saying this because for Burkina Faso, we all see what's in the social media. There is a clamoring not only in Burkina Faso, not only in the sub-region, but beyond the sub-region, to have the type of leadership that President Traoré is leading. He has banned political parties there, or at least suspended, but then people feel that there is some amelioration in the lives of the people. So that's a critical question to really say, yes, political parties, they do play, or they should play a crucial role, but do they do it in the present context? That's a question. The other thing, the other aspect of it is the judiciary. I think President Obasanjo mentioned or tried to advise that the judiciary shouldn't have anything in democracy. I think it's an ideal. It's something that we can strive for. But in the present context, it's going to be difficult, if not impossible, to completely clear the judiciary out of politics or governance. So the best thing we can do now is to try to see how we can ensure that the judiciary plays a positive role. And I think on my part, one of the things is things like appointment, welfare, promotion of those in the judiciary should be as independent as possible. I know we have situations even in this country where judges have been offered homes, where the question arises is those who have offered homes to these judges, can't they influence these judges? So I think we can improve on what we have now by ensuring that the welfare in general of judges is something that is not dependent on the executive or on politicians alone. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I think I can take one last round of discussions before we close this panel. But let me open to the audience if anybody has any urgent contribution to make. I'll take three only. There's a gentleman.
Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, my name is Ini Ememobong, and this subject is very interesting to me because it's very apt at this moment. But just one thing I need to point out very quickly, which is what the last speaker mentioned, inclusion. From when we started till now, no young person has been represented here. And they are the largest owners of the future we are discussing. No young person. And there are 52.2 million young Nigerians. And we are discussing their future, we are discussing participation, and when elections come, we would say there is apathy because we don't understand them, because they don't also understand us. All of us here, most of us here are parents. And if you discuss with a young person, you discover that you are worlds apart from them. Having said so, the issues judicialization of politics is something we must look at internally. How many political parties have entrenched conflict resolution processes? I don't mean ad hoc. How many have a directorate or an elected official or a unit to handle internal conflict, whereas every single decision in a political party is conflict-ridden? And that is why all the internal affairs of political parties end up in court, and we go and blame the court again. So the court process was meant as an intervention in politics, but now it has become a part of it. When you're going for elections, you plan for the courts. And so my suggestion is that both internally within the political parties, we must create standing committees, departments, units to handle internal conflict. And the state must negotiation committee, a negotiation commission that must become a prerequisite before a matter goes to court. So that when that negotiation fails, the report of the negotiation will form part of what the court will be doing. And so that is my suggestion, and to also appeal that as we progress, 52.2 million Nigerians should have their voices heard at events like this. I thank you.
Thank you very much. The only mistake you made is to assume that I'm not a youth myself. Let me get the lady here. The lady.
All protocol observed. My name is Ambassador Lamiba Kasai. I'm a President Enlightenment and Empowerment of Northern Women Initiative. Sir, I have to commend all the organizers of this wonderful historical event. But what we are having in all our section of Nigeria is our young ones have become drug addicts. So I felt that this historical event should contribute and bring down the youth to get jobs and even to rehabilitate these youth, because it's becoming rampant. All over where you go, our youth are drug addicts. So I felt in one of these historical events, I want all of us to put hand on decks. We as mothers, we are trying our best. So I felt this is the right time to go on. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I can only take one. The man in deep blue.
Thank you so very much. My name is Shehu Galoji, a professor of business management from Saad Zunguri University, Bauchi State. Well, thank you so very much for the opportunity. Sir, I want to incline with the first speaker on the issue of inclusivity, because when I look at the parallel session, I underlined some words, and I said, Nigeria as a whole should answer this question. Where is our leadership and democratic database in terms of generational leadership? What is the difference between democracy and governance? Most of the times, if this platform is been in one way or the other organized, we used to mix politics and democracy. The issue of inter-party affairs and then the competition of seats would always be there. But once governance is there, we don't normally come together as a nation. Lest I forget, during our student union years, the feedback is here. I was in Bayero University, Kano, when we sat at the level of our zone under the National Association of Nigerian Students and wrote a letter to President Obasanjo, Baba, thank you for taking care of Nigeria. We told him we cannot afford the 10,000 naira bed space, and in one word, it was taken care of. That was a time when the youth movement is always listened to. And I do remember during President Goodluck Ebele Jonathan's presidency, during the presidency of one of our non-presidents, there was always a parley between the youth movement and the student union movement. Sir, I was privileged to be president of International Student Society in University Utara, Malaysia. I asked a question to former Prime Minister Mahathir that I was a union leader in Nigeria and now a union leader in Malaysia. What can he advise us to take back home? He said, go back home and do it your own way. Sir, where is the platform for generational governance? Where is the platform for generational leadership? How can this platform form a leadership data bank and database for Nigeria, where the right mindset, where the right approach, where the right nature of leadership for Africa and Nigeria can be nurtured and then nurtured. At the end of the day, we have a virile Nigeria and virile Africa. Thank you so very much for the opportunity.
Okay, let me invite the panel for closing reflections. 2 minutes each.
Mr. Moderator, maybe give me 1.5 more minutes. concerning the issue raised by the gentleman at the back there. Politics is like a king-size bed, while democracy, military are just like bed you find on each of the bed. So politics is the broader issue. The form of it you are playing will determine whether it's democratic or autocratic. So there's no way you can divorce, you can totally remove the nature of politics from the kind of democracy being played in any country. About 2 years ago, we were with Chief Obasanjo in Abeokuta, where they were talking about Afro-democracy. What's the essence of that? A democracy must have a contest. And Julius Nyeri reminded us before he died that democracy is not like Coca-Cola, where you find everywhere. I think that's what Chief Obasanjo is trying to say. That yes, we have borrowed liberal democracy. Mustn't we try to inculcate our value into the system so that it can be more durable in our environment? Concerning fission, yes, fission is a function of system and the process. If the process is wrong, there's no way you can come across any visionary leader. So we have to look at the way we recruit our leaders. Recruitment process is very, very important. If you don't plant anything, when people are going out to harvest, certainly you have nothing to harvest. Stronger political party, you asked me the question. The stronger political party in Nigeria can only come about if the parties respect their own constitution and treat their member fairly. If Nigerians pay more attention to what happens in the political parties, if the electoral process, the ANEC, try to be fair to all, because you see people forming party not for the purpose of winning any election, but just to hang around and populate or elongate the ballot paper. They don't have anything with which to win any election. So such parties are people that are always talk to some hour to the election or some weeks to the election in order to decamp or to endorse. So the only way we can make our party to be strong is to make sure that we recognize the need to train special people that will run this political party. Gone are the era of generalists. Thank you.
Thank you. James.
Thank you, moderator. I just want to crave your indulgence. All right. I spent 10 years in the EMB. I think one of the objectives of this program is to give practical recommendations so as to address historical challenges of election service delivery in the continent of Africa, particularly in our country. It's been identified the issue about the earth of ideology. We have identified the subordination of the issue of internal democracy. And fundamentally, we have also identified the issue about party financing, which is now hijacked by the elite. You did a random sampling here. Political parties are owned by individuals, elite group in our country. And that is the total hijack that you find today. A democracy must have a hopeful future in our country and in the continent. There must be a total paradigm shift. With respect to political party, there should be a rebuilding of political parties in the continent. To rebuild the political party as an institution, you require people who have virtues of democracy. Because institutions, they don't come from heaven. Who are the people that will build these political parties? It is very important because in our country today and across Africa, the value pyramid is upside down. In Nigeria, dishonesty is now on top. Those who did the wrong thing are now the ones being celebrated in our country. Are they the people who have hijacked the system that will rebuild this political party? Look, the current situation with respect to political party, if they remain the way they are, democracy will have no hopeful future in our country, because at the moment, democracy has no turnover for the ordinary people of Nigeria and most people in Africa. Democracy has worked more for the elite of our country. Finally, with respect to judiciary, that occupies a distinct but complementary role to political parties, it should be noted that the first early sign of the subversion of democracy is the failure of the judiciary to stand tall and mighty in defense of democracy and the rule of law, because the greatest contribution of the Western world to Athenian democracy is the ideal of the rule of law, and that every law that governs a process must be adhered to. In my country here in Nigeria, I have said it clearly, that if democracy will die in Nigeria, it will die because of we lawyers and our colleagues in the bench, and that the remains of democracy will be put at the doorstep of judiciary in our country, because historically, they have never stood tall and mighty in defense of democracy and the rule of law. But finally, this is very key. Saving African democracy beyond the election will require that we must pay serious attention to the EMBs we have in Africa, the election management bodies. I say this because the arrogance of political office holders is based on the fact that they can control the EMB. Once you cut the source of supply of arrogance, they will be like lily pod. I presided over election in 7 states of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. In a particular state, a politician declared publicly before election, 48 hours to election, that by Saturday, by 12 o'clock, 2 p.m., the result would have won the election. Because historically, they were used to writing election result. But I was clear that under our watch, that the will of the people is what will govern in that election. In that election, that politician could not even make it. How much more for the party was even campaigning for? The professors who were used to write the results, we proceeded against them and got all of them jailed. As we are heading for election, whether in Africa or that part of the country, in Nigeria, as I speak to you, politicians are already going to the university communities to reach out to the professors, to the academics. And of course, they try to use the federal agencies that INEC will normally use as collation officers and returning officers. They are already reaching out to them. Final point. No credible election can take place in the African continent when, for instance, in Nigeria, you have an electoral act that says that a ballot paper that does not bear the serial number of INEC shall be taken into account. What election are you expecting to happen? 2, we have in the current 2026 Electoral Act a provision that says that a presiding officer, a ward collection officer, a returning officer that fails to comply with INEC regulation and guideline under section 133, 38, it shall not be a ground for nullifying election. And furthermore, that such individuals, when those matters are challenged in court, it shall not be necessary. It shall not be necessary to bring them to court. Yet, we are going for 2027 election. Yeah. Violating, ignoring the first alteration initiated by President Goodluck Jonathan under section 160 of the Constitution of the Fatherland to the effect that an EMB must be independent, an EMB must be unfettered to do what is right under section 160. He was the first to make that alteration. And 48 hours to the 2015 elections, what happened? Section 52 that prohibited the use of INEC procedure. President Goodluck Jonathan signed a new act to remove that. Of course, in Nigeria said they were looking for an iron bender in 2015. So we got an iron bender, as a gentleman to lead. So to me, whether democracy will have a hopeful future on the basis of political parties, which are indeed at the essential organ of democratic practice, and judiciary that should stand tall and mighty, they must copy what happened in England. And that is that the honors of how well election is conducted in Africa continent should be placed on the EMB, and they must adopt inquisitorial method, not adversarial method. That is the only way we can give to ourselves and future generations whose faces we are yet to see, whose name we may never know, that give to them one thing, which is nothing but a heritage of democratic hope. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Igini, I was beginning to feel attacked. I'm a professor. And when you say that the politicians are reaching out to professors already in order to manipulate 2027, I would have thought that that was better reserved for the people of your profession, for the lawyers. James.
Yeah, thank you, Prof. I think for me, the last word would be that we all agree that political parties are central in governance and democracy, but I think they are not, and they cannot play this role alone. That is why it is essential for political parties to build partnerships with civil society groups, partnerships with women youth groups, partnerships with religious and traditional institutions. Because at the end of the day, political parties their aim is to serve these people. And more importantly, partnership with electoral management bodies, especially when the stakes are not high. We know we only see political parties with electoral management bodies like INEC on the eve of elections. But maybe immediately after elections, some dialogue, some building of partnership needs to be done, like I said, when the stakes are not yet high. It is only then that you can prevent conflicts. So I think the central conclusion for me is the need for political parties to build partnership with all stakeholders in order to be able to meet their goals and objectives. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I would want to comment one of the questions raised by my colleague here, that is the relevance of political parties. Can we have democracy without political parties? I think we should be clear. I say that there is no sustainable democracy without elections, and there is no clear and fair and inclusive election without political parties. The remarks we have heard here, so it's recommendation for us to learn from our mistakes and make our democracy better so that it can remain attractive, especially of the youth. But how can democracy be attractive to the youth when you see what we are seeing? Election riggings, the votes belongs to the one who has the more resources, and the lack of integrity of the political process. If this condition remains, I'm afraid that we will not render service to democracy and will not be able to attract the young generations to democracy. And I wish that democracy be more and more attractive to the youth so that they can perpetuate this to ensure peace and stability in our countries. But as our Baba, President Obasanjo told us, democracy is not a destination, it is a road, which means that there is still room for improvement. And no democratic system can claim to have realized perfection. So it is a long and patient building. So we must therefore correct what is wrong now in order to make democracy attractive for the population. And the role of political parties is evident. If they are not able to convince people that the institutions and the leadership that will come out election will not serve
the will and the interest of the people and rather serve particular interests, then they will not be interested. So I think there must be integrity everywhere, in the running of the political parties, in the organization of the elections. So there are some things that is wrong and that needs to be corrected. And I think that the gatherings such this one are very, very, very important to advise us on what remains to be done so that democracy should remain attractive. If you look at people, sometimes they say, I don't believe in election, I don't believe in democracy, and this opinion is expanding, especially among the youth. So we should arrest this by correcting what must be corrected so that elections are not seen as a business of a group of people trying to have a country and loot the resources, but it's a true expression of those willing to settle peace, stability, economic progress in their countries. But I think we should consider what has been said as a recommendation in order to strengthen democracy so that democracy stay and remain attractive for our population, for our people, and especially for our youth. Thank you.
Thank you. Last word.
Thank you. Again, I extend my sincere appreciation to the Foundation and to His Excellency Goodluck Jonathan through my sister Anne. And as we've all heard today, democracy is not only sustained by elections, it needs values. It needs parliaments that are not only chambers that make laws, but chambers that hold the executive accountable. It needs judiciary that is brave and bold enough to take decisions and follow the Constitution and respect the rule of law and make decisions according to the laws. We also need political parties that are strong enough to make internal policies, that are strong enough to respect their internal democracies. And we have seen Gambia and Senegal show us these examples. Senegal showed us that strong democracies cannot be challenged when we have strong institutions. And the Gambia in 2016 showed us that tyranny, dictatorship can be ended when the people decide that it can. And before I close, I would quote Nelson Mandela, who said, "A real leader uses every issue, no matter how serious and sensitive, to ensure that at the end of the debate, we should emerge stronger and more united than ever before." And I think political parties should strive to be more united rather than decisive, rather than divisive, and to ensure that they represent the people's will and not their own personal selfish interests. I thank you all.
Thank you very much. Thank you, panelists. We've come to the end of this session, and I can say that some of the key messages that have emerged is that in rethinking our political parties and their interface with the electoral management bodies and the judiciary, it is important that we keep in mind the critical role of content and context to ensure that they are adequately adapted to the needs of our society. There's no point going to copycat the examples of other countries and then start mangling them in the course of implementation to the point where everybody gets frustrated. Secondly, political parties should move away from personality-driven models to more visionary and programmatic models, programmatic political parties, which will speak to the issue of ideology at the end of the day. And I know that some organizations have been investing in the training of political parties in programmatic, including UNDP, by the way, in programmatic activities. They are not determining your ideas for you, but they are saying set them out so that the populace can be able to make a choice. As much as we say that political parties are important, and as much as independent electoral commissions are important, it is also necessary to pay attention to what one of you said is the issue of leadership pipeline. We need to build and promote leadership pipeline, not just for today, but also for the future. So, ladies and gentlemen, could you please join me to applaud the panel and to thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Lukosi. We appreciate you and your panel. Photographers, let's take a photograph of the panel as they stay together. Your Excellency, the Governor, and Your Excellency, the former President, please join them, the panel, if you will. Thank you very much, sir. Okay, maybe they'll come down. So we are quickly resetting the stage for our fireside chat. While we're trying to do that, let me welcome the Bauchi State Cultural Tour to give us 5 minutes of entertainment, or 3 minutes, while we quickly reset the stage for the fireside chat. The Bauchi State Cultural Tour, please. Okay, quickly. Can we have the drums now? Three minutes. appreciate you. Amazing dance that reflects the culture of the people and their ways of life. We'll be moving on to our fireside chat before His Excellency, the founder of this foundation and the convener, speaks to us and we'll begin to round up. Our fireside chat will focus on political parties and the judiciary, rebuilding trust and strengthening democratic institutions in Africa. Our moderator is the head of news, director of news, and political editor of Arise News Television, Mr. Sumner Sambo. Mr. Sumner Sambo, okay, he's already stepping out from the back. One of the strongest voices in politics, reportage in Nigeria. I'd like to welcome you. Thank you very much. And these are the two people that will be part of the discussion this afternoon. Let me welcome a dynamic woman indeed, retired Justice of the Supreme Court of Nigeria, Pro-Chancellor and Chairman, Governing Council, Wigwe University. Please welcome Honorable Justice Amina Augi, CFR. And then the next discussant is the chairman, National Democratic Congress, Ghana. In fact, they are the ruling party in Ghana. I'd like to welcome here, I say Akwaba to you, Honorable Johnson Asedu Nketia. So, moderator, over to you.
Good afternoon, Your Excellencies, the former presidents of Nigeria, from the father of the nation and the voice of Africa, former President Olusegun Obasanjo, and former President Goodluck Jonathan, and former Vice President Mamadi Sambo. And we are also not left out with other top leaders here, like the former President of the Nigerian Senate, Senator Anyim Pius Anyim, who was also former SGF. And we've also been leaving out our mothers, the mothers of the nation. We have our former First Lady here, Dame Patience Jonathan, who is in the house alongside others. And because I've been told that we are pressed for time, we'll just go ahead straight. So this is supposed to be a fireside chat for an hour, but we'll just have to cut this short to about 25 minutes so that we're able to do some other things. Actually, I just want to give you an insight into what the fireside chat is supposed to be. So it's supposed to be a much more easier panel session, not so hard like the earlier one that you had. Just like the Americans would like to do it, it's an opportunity for leaders to tone down a bit and feel free to be able to express themselves on certain issues. And I can tell you that I have two distinguished persons on this fireside chat. One of them is the sixth lady or woman to be a Supreme Court Justice, someone who has served the nation very well, and someone who Nigerians are really, really proud of, and someone who has contributed her best to the growth of the country. Please, can you join your hands to clap for Honorable Justice Amina Augi, who holds the national honors of CFR, and she's a retired Justice of the Supreme Court, and she's currently the Pro-Chancellor and Chairman Governing Council of Wigwe University, one of Africa's fastest growing universities. And she's by my left, and by my right we have our visiting African leader, Honorable Johnson Asedu Nketia, who is the Chairman of the National Democratic Congress, Ghana's governing party at the moment. Thank you so much for coming. Now, in this instance, we've had a situation where political parties and the judiciary have overlapping relationships. And I would say that I'm one of those who have always been fascinated by the decision of former President Goodluck Jonathan to clearly state that the courts do not have a role in who the people should eventually decide to be their leaders. But there's been dispute over time whether the court should not intervene at a particular point in time. And so these are some of the issues that I'm going to discuss with my panelists who are eminently qualified. And I would like to start with the former Justice of the Supreme Court. I just want to find out from you your overall assessment. There was a video I watched of you, how you talked about the judicial system in Nigeria in relations to what's going on in the country. And you said that judges have done enough, but the system hasn't protected them so much. But despite that, they need to uphold their integrity to ensure that the nation, the task given to them by the nation, does not go down. Now, how do we ensure that there are more judicial reforms in a way that can return full trust to the people, and when pronouncements are made on political issues, the acceptability of judgments will be much more easier, instead of people saying that I leave it to God, I may not have got justice from the courts, but I leave it to God and the court of public opinion.
He has overloaded me with all the questions. First of all, let me say it's an honor for me to be here. Your Excellencies, the former presidents, Chief Obasanjo, and our foundation founder, Jonathan. It looks like the judiciary is under fire, and I'm the representative here in the midst of political heavyweights, as I would call them. Please, you're welcome, every one of you, and I hope I'm able to reach up to the task. Now, Chief Obasanjo, His Excellency, says that the courts have no business in, in anything to do with politics. Let me start with that. It's not our making. We didn't sit down there to say we are all going to be part of the political setup. The courts do not go out of their way to go to look for cases. The court sits there and the people bring the wahala to them where they are. Left to us in the judiciary, if you leave us out of it, we can't even cross here. Our jurisdiction is when you now come to the courts that you now come, and then you now come and ask us to referee what you couldn't do yourselves. The political parties have, let me first of all say that democracy is basically, it's an ecosystem. Each institution, every part of it, like a chain, has a part to play, including, let's start, the politicians themselves. Some of us are born politicians. Some have it thrust upon them. Some are retirees sitting down there, but they have some small money, and their people come and push them. Next thing, they're there. You have the politicians, you have the electoral body, you have the legislature that makes the laws, then you have the courts, then you have even civil society, then you also have the voters. Every part of that link, every part of that chain have plates to play. Now, the Constitution gives us power. Let me start with that. The Constitution gives powers, but the Constitution also sets limits for those powers. So when in between, when you have that power and you have things you do what you have to do. The other part is that, like a chain, before you hook onto the other one, this one must be expected to do their own part before you activate and hook into another, and another one hooks into the other. You ask the courts to be a referee because you've not put your house in order. You now come and blame the courts for also now saying that, oh, the judiciary is now interfering or picking election winners. Let me just say, because His Excellency Peter Obi referred to me earlier, that was the first time in the history of this country, his case, when we did his case, and that the court removed the governor. It's the first time that it had ever happened. Before then, the courts were just marginal, as if we're just there. And thereafter, it was like an eye-opener, which is something that we all do. And let me even say, you set up a travel agency, you're doing well, all your neighbors on that street will set up a travel agency. So after that case, Before you knew it, we opened Pandora's box. The politicians will not put their house in order. They will not do things that they're supposed to do. But for us to be where we have to be, the political parties must also practice democracy internally. They have to. It's when they cannot. It's when their egos, because these are all egos, when something happens, they say, you can't get there, you can't do this, and you're pushed by your people. You don't know how to say no. The lawyers will tell them, this is what it is, this is how it is. They don't want to say no. At the end of the day, we now push everything to the courts, and the courts themselves, yes, unfortunately, we have a situation where, hey, will I call it bad eggs? Or should I just say?
Just feel free. I mean, it's a fireside chat.
Yes.
And I hope your colleagues will actually understand with you. I mean,
should I say bad eggs? What now happened is, after we did that case in 20 years back, and they began to realize the powers that the court had, you now have people that were pushed through the system. Not that they want to be judges, not that they have any inclination to be judges, not that they have the passion for it, not that they're prepared for anything, but hey, you're a lawyer, you are this, go through this system, because when we need you, then we have your people there. That's exactly really what happened. When we became judges, I became a judge in 1992. They had to beg. Nobody wanted to be a judge. You had to beg for us to get there. Situation well changed where people were brought there. Now, you come into there with that system of this is not your natural inclination, but you're there to serve a purpose. We are Africans. Africans take care of each other. We are our brothers' keepers. We are people that those of them that Japa, as I asked the professor from Kenya, that did he go to Google what all the Nigerian terms, because he was talking about Damfo and Japa and all that. They go out there and they see a different world. Here we take care of each other. And so you are now in court. You're handling a matter that involves somebody close, or somebody close to somebody that is close, or somebody that is close. I stopped. When I was at the bench, you don't see me go anywhere, because by the time I'm seated next to you, I have a case tomorrow, somebody will say, oh, you moderated her matter. Please, can you reach out to her for this matter and all that? It is our natural setting. And so we get there, and for some reason, we forget that the courts, the courts earn, public trust is earned. Public trust is not something, and the judiciary has to. It owes a right. I mean, how will I put it there? Let me put it this way. The independence of the judiciary has nothing to do with it's not a benefit to the judge. It is a right of the citizen. The citizen has a right to go to court and expect that the judge handling the matter knows the law, has read upon his case, is applying the law to the facts, is making sure the evidence is okay, and is going to do the job according to what he sees. But we are clouded. I'm talking on both sides. It's not that I'm justifying it, but we are clouded by our upbringing, by our surroundings, by the culture, by the way of how do I go home, and this person will look at me and say, you were there and you allowed this to happen. How did that happen? So the judicial officers have to wake up and realize that they owe a lot more to society. They owe a lot more to being who they are, what they are, beyond the little circle that you see yourself, or beyond. They were all in office. The two former presidents are here. Do you know how many decisions were taken because somebody goes to them and say, hey, sorry, Your Excellency, if I call you OBJ, but that is how you are known. OBJ says he wants it this way, or President Jonathan wants it this way, or that one wants this way, and you're carried away by the powers that be at that moment in time. One day they will not be there, but you've already messed yourself up by that momentary thing of being where we are. So we have a lot to go. Sorry, this is just a way up. I hope I answered your questions.
Yeah, I mean, we're still going to come back to it. And there are It's a very good one. You've laid that foundation. Because we're going to come back to some of the issues you raised, but we're discussing about the political parties and the judiciary, rebuilding trust and strengthening democratic institutions across Africa. And I come to you, Honorable, from Ghana. Ghana has always led in terms of democratic practice, despite the fact that you've had also some interventions by pushes and all of that, but nonetheless, you've overcome that. But let's take a critical look at two decisions of the judiciary across Africa that have really helped to contain political party leaders, especially governing parties, to know that they can be checkmated by the judiciary. First was in Kenya. The court justices took a critical look at the governing party and said, no, you have to go back and do a rerun. This election did not meet all the requirements. That was in 2017. And then in 2019, we saw Malawi. In fact, the Malawians went to their own court with the Kenyan judgment saying that we think this election did not meet substantial compliance, and as a result of that, we should go back to the field. And the Malawian court agreed, and of course, they eventually would then defeat the incumbent. How do you think courts in other parts of Africa can emulate these two judgments and ensure that despite the governing party in power, the right thing is done in adherence to the spirit of the Constitution?
Thank you very much. Let me begin by thanking President Goodluck Jonathan for inviting me to this function. And I also want to recognize our father, President Obasanjo. In fact, truth be told, Ghana can claim these two former presidents as our own because of the way they have been very, very interested in whatever goes on in Ghana. As a General Secretary, my first election that I lost, President Obasanjo was there. He called us, asked us to exercise restraint and go back to the drawing board. And he promised that if we do our homework well, we'll be back in power. Lo and behold, we went, we listened to him, we allowed the party's conduct to stay within our constitutional limits. And today we are back in power. Thank you very much, our father. As for President Goodluck, it's almost like a brother to President John Dramani Mahama. He always comes to Accra, and President Mahama also reciprocates the visit. It's unfortunate that President Mahama, because of other very urgent engagement elsewhere, was not able to make it to this function. Now, let me admit how difficult it is to be the last speaker on any occasion because everybody is hungry and tired. But I know that the hunger will help me to determine whether Ghana jollof is better than Nigerian jollof this afternoon or the vice versa. Coming to your question, I very much disagree with the suggestion that the judiciary should have nothing to do with politics or the affairs of politics. In fact, it is the opposite in my country because we call on the judiciary to come and intervene. And it is also the case that judiciary has a function to check and restrain the exercise of power in any society. So no aspect of the life of society should be out of bounds for the judiciary. The issue is whether the judiciary would be able to conduct itself in ways that earns them the confidence of the population. If they do, then judiciary becomes very, very important in our politics. But if they don't, then that is why people will begin to lose confidence in the judiciary, and then, by extension, their conduct will also affect democracy. I think that the two examples that were mentioned, they are very good examples that should be emulated by political parties elsewhere on the continent. We have also had our own share of challenges that we took to the Supreme Court. One was in 2013, where the opposition party that lost power took us to court. We remained in court for 8 months. But in the end, the judgment was 4-5 in favor of my government. And so, even though the NPP at that time disagreed with us, and they shared their disagreements publicly, and I want to state that there is a difference between attacking the judiciary and attacking the decisions of the judiciary. It is the democratic right of every citizen to comment and review the decisions of the judiciary. It is a democratic right. But that should not be confused with attack on individuals within the judiciary or the institution of the judiciary.
All right.
We can only improve the work of judiciary by criticizing constructively the outcomes of their decisions. So in Ghana, I'm happy to announce that as for Ghana, there is freedom to criticize the work of the judiciary.
All right.
You may disagree,
all right,
but after your criticism, you have to comply. And in our case, we've tried to comply with all the decisions of the judiciary.
All right, Honorable Johnson, just before I get back to her, I think the focus here is on why final decisions should be taken by the courts. Because if I may read what former President Obasanjo is saying and what former President Goodluck Jonathan has said, it's like in these two examples, in Malawi and in Kenya, what the courts did was to say, go back to the people. Go back to the people in 60 days, campaign, and let the people decide who eventually becomes the winner. We won't tell you who the winner is. But in majority of African countries, we see the Supreme Court taking decisions, even when it's clear that the election did not meet substantial compliance, just saying that, look, maybe because of elite pressure, they should go with this. So in that instance, what should be done?
I think that the law is the law. If you are required to conduct elections according to certain laws, and that election comes to be challenged, it is the duty of the judiciary to find out whether the election meets the standards required by the law. If they don't meet the standards required by the law, they will save the whole country by declaring that this election should be cancelled. But if the elections actually meet the right standards, then they declare who the winner is. Otherwise, if any challenge to elections has to be sent back to the people to vote, then you can always have trouble causers who want to create problems for the nation. Any outcome of the elections will be sent to court, and then the judge will say, okay, let's go and do a rerun of the elections. So, for all you know, there is no reason why that person is complaining. So, I think that we take the view that our courts should be the final arbiter in our elections after the EMB has declared the results.
And they are not usurping the
and
functions
you are
of
not
the voters.
Satisfied. You go.
They are not usurping the functions of the voters.
Not at all, because the outcome of the elections is actually the decision of the voters.
All right.
And so if somebody is trying to usurp the decision of the voters and declaring the elections wrongly, the court should come in to protect the voters by determining who the right winner is, and it will be accepted as the will of the voters. So, I mean, that is our, that has been our position.
And I would like to hear from the justice here herself. Okay, yeah, the microphone. So we almost got here in 2007, 2008, that controversial judgment, 4-3. In 2008, the judgment in December 2008 by the Yaradua election, where we had Muhammadu Buhari taking Yaradua to court, and then, of course, we also had Atiku Abubakar taking Yaradua to court. And for the first time, we almost had a situation whereby an election will be cancelled. They will have to be directed to go back, but that didn't happen. But we had a split of 4-3 votes. And those who took that decision on the minority were Justice Oguntade, Justice Walter Onohe, Mariam Mukhtar Aluma. And for the first time, Nigerians could actually see the powers of the judiciary. That people could stay and say, this election did not meet substantial compliance. But the Chief Justice of the country would then go ahead and say, look, this last vote is for the security of the nation so that we don't get into crisis. As we head towards another election, that's becoming just like 2023 election, where the result can get very, very close, and the judiciary can be put on the spot. How do we ensure that there are necessary reforms in the judiciary so that the outcome of whatever the judiciary does before it is something that's more acceptable, and then that is not so divisive? Because I'm quoting Buhari's lawyer now, Chief Mike Ahamba. He said that what happened in 2007 then was judicial ambush.
Now you want to put me under the spot, because I cannot sit here to begin to rewrite what the Supreme Court said or what the Supreme Court did not do. Every case is taken on its own merit. We cannot determine that if this has happened at this particular time, this is now going to happen. Please don't forget that the Supreme Court at the end of the day is the final court. And it has a lot more to do with the public policy, security. It goes over and above itself, because when we have to sit on certain matters, you find that we have to take into consideration other issues that may not be open, the public may not see, but at the end of the day is part of what has to be taken into consideration for each case. Now, if you remember the Amechi case, where the Supreme Court gave it, the condition was very clear. That case cannot be precedent. It was stated, you cannot quote it, you can't apply it, you can't.
And Justice, many Nigerians have had a problem with that.
Yes.
Because we've had, like, I think 2 or 3 times where
they took into consideration peculiar circumstances to fit the particular problem they had at that particular point in time. Don't forget, we also had the same issue with the Naira exchange. At that point in time, clear, if you had said the Supreme Court had no jurisdiction to hear that matter, but people were dying. People were dying, and they remember the ATM changing money and everything. At that point in time, the court had to rise up to say, hey, this one is beyond whether we have original jurisdiction, we don't have original jurisdiction. Something has to be done. That Amechi case was like that. So each case, basically, all we can ask political parties is please, please, please put your house in order. But at the Supreme Court, we get all kinds of cases that just before I retired in September 2023, so we were able to do all the cases for that one. We remember when they said you can, political parties, you can withdraw. That, what do they call it, consensus candidates, if all of them withdrew. We had situations where political parties were faking letters of withdrawal. And when there was one particular case, what saved him was that the way he calls his name is not what was written. Then you had another one, handwriting experts had to come in to come and see that it's not his handwriting. So the political parties themselves come up with all kinds of things that you can't even begin to imagine. You have those that say, oh, the Supreme Court should not be political matters shouldn't get to the Supreme Court. You have those that say it should stop at the Court of Appeal. We had situations at the Supreme Court where, yes, we don't have jurisdiction, and when they smuggle their way in to bring it on the docket under the guise of fair hearing, and you look at the matter and say, sorry, no matter how you want to look at it, this matter ends at the Court of Appeal. You can't bring it here. The lawyers would argue it's heartbreaking, the kind of decisions that were taken that even we seated were like, how could the court have done this? And yet there's nothing we can do. The Supreme Court just has no jurisdiction whatsoever over this kind of matters. I would also want to add that, arguing on the other side, that even if you do say, leave the Supreme Court out of political cases, please, because it's clogging the system. Land matters and other matters take 10, 20 years to be finished because of all these cases that come up every 4 years and all. You could say, yes, please keep it out of it, because also when I was at the Court of Appeal, the political cases ended with the Court of Appeal. At that point in time, when you're sitting as a final court, there's always that feeling of, this is the final court. It's not going up anywhere. So you now look at it more. It brings up something in you that you look at it currently. Now we have situations where high court judges, for whatever reason, I don't want to say that they were seen or not seen, but they give decisions that are clear even to them. It's going to be overturned on the Court of Appeal. But hey, we're doing what we're going to do now. Go to the Court of Appeal, let the Court of Appeal, I've done my own bit, let the Court of Appeal turn it over. Then Court of Appeal too is going to Supreme Court anyway, so they don't cross their T's and dot their I's properly. So we have a lot to do in terms of reform. Reform in what way now? Is it to say, oh, Supreme Court don't stop there? Is it to set up a completely constitutional court, which they were supposed to do in 1996, 97? Because I remember my name was on that constitutional court, where 11 of us that they earmarked for constitutional court that would have its own president and everything, so that all political matters, everything will go to that court and go with that. So there are a lot of things that will come up, but first of all, like former INEC commissioner said, Rakigini, paradigm shift. Everybody, we have to shift in everything to realize, yes, the Constitution has given us power, yes, but we must operate within that power. There are limits to our power. What is within our circle, what we need to do, put your acts together wherever it is. Let the political parties be able to practice democracy internally. Let the electoral bodies do their own bit to make sure that elections are free, fair. Then let the courts, when the matter has to go to court, because there's nothing we can do. The Constitution has allowed for it. The Constitution has allowed for you to go to court.
We've had instances where governorship elections were declared inconclusive, other elections, but that of the presidential election has never been declared inconclusive.
Yeah, because at that point in time...
So why don't you send it back to the people to decide?
Well, it depends on how whatever it was. It was obviously at that point in time, it was not substantial. It has to be substantial for it to be the results. It's so substantial that you now begin to take that type of decision to send it back because it has its own ramifications. But at that point in time, if you see any of those judgments, it hasn't gone to where they say turn the tide to be able to throw ever which way. And don't forget that we are not supposed to know what the public policy, what the public is saying. Public applause, it has nothing to do with the decision. Public opinion is not a source of law. So whatever the public may be saying or may be knowing or whatever, it is not a source of law. The courts deal with the law. They deal with the evidence you have adduced. You may feel strongly about it, but you now go and get a lawyer that has not put your case properly. Let me tell you this now with election matters that we found out. What happens is some lawyers are experts at election petitions. They are perfect in it. They have worked on it over the years, but they demand a lot of money. Those lawyers that are good at election petitions, everybody looks for them. They are very good at what they do. So you are charging 500 million. You have this young lawyer or a new essay or somebody that will say, give me 5 million, we'll do the same thing. But what they forget, if your grounds of petition are faulty, once your grounds of petition are faulty, whether you like take it from heaven to earth and back, at the end of the day, the case is determined on your grounds of petition. But because you wanted to save money, you now went to this one who has messed up your case completely. You have political parties that do a lot of things that, like somebody else here said already, when somebody has paid you so much money, when somebody has good, I know you expect him not to now get involved in whatever is going. Democracy is not being practiced internally by the political parties.
Okay. Very interesting perspective. And I can say that, all right. All right, I just want to say something, the Honorable Chairman from Ghana. We've heard something that's been said over and over here, that it's a new trend that's ongoing across Africa, that once you have a case in court, you do not need to have a lawyer. All you need to do is to have someone who knows the judge, and it looks like the case is almost yours, especially those who are in government. How do we ensure that we return sanity to the public in this instance, so that those who are even in government do not abuse the judicial process, because they may become victims of it tomorrow? The need to allow judges to actually take care of their decisions without intrusion. What are the sort of reforms that you will be canvassing so that we move ahead?
Thank you very much. I think it is generally the case that surveys have returned a verdict that less than 40% of Ghanaians believe in the judiciary. But, you know, you cannot impose confidence of the judiciary on people. It is up to the judiciary to conduct themselves to earn the confidence of the population. You cannot legislate confidence. The constitutional structures are there to make the judiciary structurally independent. But decisional independence is what earns the trust of the people. So I don't think that beyond the judiciary itself, looking inward, assessing, reviewing their judgments, and opening up for civil society and you know, every citizen exercising their rights to critique the verdicts of the judiciary. That's the only way we can improve the work of the judiciary. Otherwise, you cannot legislate that, hey, every Nigerian should have confidence in the judiciary when they know that the verdicts of the judiciary are not satisfactory. So that issue, we cannot, it's not a destination, but we should be growing gradually, with civil society very active, and then the judiciary itself, opening itself up for criticism, allowing their verdicts to be consistent in every case. So if the citizens know that on this particular matter, you judge this way because a senator is involved, and then on the same or similar matter of the same facts, you turn into another way, surely you are not going to have people to have confidence in you. Right. So that confidence must be there. But let me also re-emphasize the fact that if political or election dispute is sent to the court, and as you are claiming, we should take it back to the people to decide. What happens if it is the fault of the Electoral Commission, or it is the fault of one political actor, left or right, and you don't actually expose that person and, if possible, punish that person? If you take the elections back, they are going to repeat what has been done in the worst form. So it must be clear that the judiciary should be an institution that will restrain the exercise of power, be it political party leadership, be it election management body, or whoever is not acting according to the law must be brought to book, and it is the role of the judiciary to do that.
All right, between the courts and the political parties, who should be saving democracy more?
Both. If the court doesn't work well, democracy cannot survive. And if political parties also do not work well, democracy cannot survive.
All right.
Democracy, you cannot give what you don't have. That is the Nemo that rule. You cannot give what you don't have. So political parties must first demonstrate internal democracy.
All right.
Luckily in Ghana, it is a constitutional provision that political parties should conduct their internal affairs according to the same principles that are contained in our constitution. So you cannot breach them. If you breach them, any party member can take you to court. In fact, as I was coming just last week, the Supreme Court of Ghana has ruled that the internal primaries for the selection of parliamentary candidates and presidential candidates should not be by delegate system. Every party member, duly registered party member of good standing, must have the right to vote.
All right, that's direct primary.
Yes, in the primary. So, and once it is a judgment of the Supreme Court, we are all going to comply.
All right.
So it depends on what you do inside the political party. That will help to save democracy. We must move away from political parties being election machines, and that's all. There are other functions.
Okay.
Policy, public education, and the other areas. If parties must help the democracy to survive, they must move into those directions, and then it will help to strengthen the democracy.
Okay, Umos, thank you so much. And as we try to wrap up, I know that it's easier for you in Ghana because your electoral management body conducts party primaries for the political parties.
Yes.
That's what doesn't happen in Nigeria, and there have been calls for INEC to start conducting party primaries because it looks like the political parties themselves are helpless in conducting party primaries that work. But I'll come back to the Honorable Justice here. As we try to wrap up, I've got some questions here because time will not permit us so much to be able to get questions from the audience. One of it is that Nigerians are worried about the cost of adjudication and the time it takes to prosecute political parties, political cases through the three levels, that's High Court panels, Appeal Court panels, and Supreme Court. And then there's this question: do you recommend the option of constitutional court as is done in Francophone countries? What do we need to do to reduce the cost of litigation, the timing? And you would have seen that during the last Electoral Act amendment, there were places where they tried to adjust the timing so as to dispose of all cases before the president is sworn in.
Before then, we had, that's why the Peter Obi and Ngige matter lasted 3 years. They were in court for 3 years, calling all matters of it. So they did a constitutional amendment where time, time is of essence in when it comes to election matters. So right now, well, as at the time I left, I don't know whether the new Electoral Act has amended it. You now have 180 days to do. Before it was just primaries. Now pre-election matters are also 180 days at the High Court, and then after judgment you have 2 months at the Court of Appeal, and then another 2 months. And so you find a situation where we are under, when you're doing election matters, we are totally under pressure. Because by the time the record of proceedings are brought, before you know it and you hear it, you have 2 days within which to deliver judgment. And sometimes in that haste to cover up, thousands of cases coming up, a lot of things get messed up. And then you have situations where you have, conflicting decisions. I remember once I had to go to Benin, where the same panel of justices of the Supreme Court gave one ruled in one matter and picked a senator as the elected senator. The same panel did for another one, picked another person. So you had two senators got judgment from the same panel. So I had to, they sent me there to go look over it, and it's a final decision. And but by this time, one of them had gotten the Senate president, Senate to nothing anybody could do. So what do we say about Constitutional Court? The same thing would probably arise, that even if you set up a court and they have all that powers, before you know it, you're all crying about corruption. Because everybody, you now know who and who. I keep asking people, can you imagine if we had jury system in Nigeria?
Like the Americans
12,
do.
like the American jury, where 12 of you that everybody knows, by the time they bribe your father, your mother, your sister, everybody, everybody will go free. You know, so once you now have a set up system where, so everyone has its own,
so we don't need a constitutional
pros and
court?
cons. If you have a constitutional court, if you want to make the amendment or be able to say, well, all these matters stop at the Court of Appeal. And I still think that the legislature has to do something about judiciary. They are yet to actually do something so that all the matters, procedural types of things can stop. Some at the High Court, some at the Court of Appeal. Let the Supreme Court do what it's meant to do, which is a policy court dealing with serious matters, not all these things that get to go around. I don't know, are we rounding up now? So,
yeah, I mean,
okay,
I'm just going to give you the last time.
Let me just round up. Round up. You don't need to come back to me to say what we all need to do is to make sure we have strong institutions. No, judiciary cannot save the democracy by itself. Political parties cannot do that by themselves. All other institutions cannot, where everybody needs to be standing to do what they have to do. But each one of us in each of our little shell will have to make sure we strengthen the institution, not personalities. When a litigant, voter or whoever goes to court, let him be sure that he'll get decision from the court. The judge has applied the law, looked at the evidence, everything, and it has nothing to do with who is on the other side. It has nothing to do with money, weight, power, or anybody. You know, in whichever it is, that they got judgment how it was supposed to be based on the facts before it. Each one, we need strong institutions so that when you leave office, when you go, you know that if you did wrong, you did wrong. If you didn't do it well, you didn't do it well. But not that because I'm able to influence it, then I get judgment. Then tomorrow, you go out and then it's turned against you. I don't know if you remember one electoral act a few years back, an amendment they did. When the legislators were doing this amendment, they sat there because they were in the National Assembly and they had the power to make these amendments. They didn't look at it in terms of all of us. What it would be like if I'm the other side. They looked at it with where they were. What happened that year? 90% lost their seats.
Yeah.
They made that law and they were caught by it.
That was
because
in
when they were making the law, when they were making the law, they did not look at it as general. So you don't go to a case and look, oh, it's this is so and so, let me do it this way. No. Justice has to be fairly seen. The court has nothing but confidence. That's all we have. We don't have arms.
All right, my lord, I won't allow you to go without asking you this question. When you see judges nowadays being given houses built by those who are in power, and then you hear Nigerians saying that, just like one of the presidential candidates said here, that the judiciary is in the pocket of politicians and government. How do you feel?
Don't even drag me in here. I'm here to talk about political parties and you.
Yeah, but I mean, it's a fireside chat. This is what Nigerians are saying.
I was not there. They didn't give me house, so I was not there. So I'm retired. At this point, I say thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Very interesting perspective there. She wouldn't want to be dragged there, but I mean, these are the questions Nigerians are asking. Should judges be built, have houses built for them by those in government? I don't know what happens in Ghana. If that does happen in Ghana, I mean, what will be the situation like? Though you're in the government party.
If it happens in Ghana, the judges will be exposed and dealt with. There are sufficient provisions that also can sanction judges who misconduct themselves. But you don't have to...
This is the government now building houses, but by the governing party in power. So there's been that debate. Should the governing party in power build houses for judges or not?
Government is different from the party in power. Because if the government decides that there is a challenge with judicial accommodation, then it is budgeted for and built, and it doesn't belong to the judge. It's a duty post where the judges will stay, and when they retire, they leave. But I cannot imagine a government building houses and giving it to them judges free of charge. It will raise very serious questions. I don't think it can happen in Ghana.
All right, Honorable, very interesting perspective here. And it's been an interesting time here as we wrap up this conversation. I've had very eminent panelists here. And the issues of judicial integrity really matters a lot because like I had mentioned earlier in the 2007/2008 election where we had that split judgment by the Supreme Court, the actions by Justice Nikki Toby then led a lot of us who are journalists to do a lot of commentaries and write a whole lot of things because during the Court of Appeal had said that there must be substantial compliance, and in that case, INEC must provide serial numbers, make sure that the booklets for each of the presidential elections and, of course, the other elections are in different colors. But of course, at the Supreme Court, it was a different game entirely. And so it looked like the judge was in the eye of the storm. The Supreme Court was in the eye of the storm. But also, don't forget that the judiciary has a function not to ensure that the nation is engulfed in crisis. So like my eminent guest said earlier on, the justice, sometimes some of the decisions that are taken are for the purpose of national security. And so we must thank you for your service to the people of Nigeria, for all you've done, and also to the governing party chairman from Ghana, Honorable Johnson Asedu Iketia, chairman of the National Democratic Congress Ghana. We must thank you so much for coming. Thank you so much, Honorable Justice Amina Oge, and we wish you a happy retirement. And thank you so much, Your Excellencies, and everyone who's been here. We hope you've been able to learn one or two things.
Down there for a group photograph with His Excellency. Thank you very much. Just step down. Beautiful job there. Well done. Thank you. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, okay, quickly. Can we have the drums now? Three minutes. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. For the former Senate President and former SGF for a short comment while he's taking the photograph. Your Excellency.
Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I want to say that I am conscious of the fact that the focus for today is the judiciary and but I think there is a fundamental factor that is not being discussed today. But I believe it is necessary we bring it to the fore. Yeah, in searching for solution in the circumstance we are talking about, we should also bring into consideration the quality and character of our politicians and, on the other hand, national interest. Take, for instance, in 2015. In 2015, when we lost the election, it would have been the first time in the history of this country where a sitting president will contest his loss of an election in the court. But President Jonathan chose not to go to court. He chose not to contest the outcome of the result. And that saved both the court, the political parties, and indeed stabilized the polity. So for us to get a permanent solution, we need the characters like in the mode of President Goodluck Jonathan to run our affairs. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And so, Your Excellency, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, there are leaders that are remembered for the offices they hold, and there are others who are remembered for what they did with the office. As we're rounding up now, let me welcome an amazing Democrat, teacher, scholar, former vice president, former president, and just the newly turbaned Jikon Bauchi. Let me welcome here His Excellency President Goodluck Ebele Jonathan, GCFR. Okay, Jikon Bauchi.
Please be seated. Please be seated.
I have been warned that I don't have time because this program is live on channels and that the window is almost closing. So, bear me, I will not go through the real protocol, but let me sincerely appreciate our father and leader. We can say for now is one of the, well, we still have Yakubu Gowon, but at the political level, Obasanjo is like our father of democracy in Africa and in Nigeria. Baba Obasanjo, thank you for being here, and not only being here, but to chair this occasion. Let me also appreciate my wife for being here, Mrs. Jonathan, thank you. And let me appreciate my Vice President, Namadi Sambu, for being here. Let me appreciate the former Senate President and former Secretary of the Government of the Federation, Pius Ayim. Thank you for being here. You've been with us for a very long time. And let me appreciate our host governor, the governor of Bauchi State, my good friend, Senator Bala Mohammed, and our dear First Lady of Bauchi State. Thank you for the warm reception and be taking good care of us. There are a number of deputy governors here representing their governors. The deputy governor of Plateau State, I saw her. Also, the deputy governor of Bauchi State is here, and others. And let me sincerely appreciate my friend, His Excellency, the former governor of Taraba State, Jolly, here representing the governor of Taraba State. Thank you so much. And also the former governor of Plateau State. We were in Plateau to celebrate his 80th birthday. Thank you for being here with us. I will mention the other people later, but we must appreciate the keynote speaker. Thank you for your excellent speech. And let me at least give my little brief speech before I go into the vote of thanks, because my duty as the chairman of the foundation is to give a closing remarks and also appreciation for those of you who are here for this program. As we conclude this year's democracy dialogue, I wish to sincerely thank all our participants, partners, and the government and people of Bauchi State for making this engagement highly successful. Once again, we have demonstrated that Africa possesses the ideas, experiences, and collective resolve to strengthen democratic governance in the continent. This dialogue has never been conceived as a standalone annual ritual. No, it was supposed not to be a ritual. Since its inception in 2021, its edition has deliberately built on the last, advancing a coherent conversation about the future of democracy in Africa. Our inaugural dialogue that was held in 2021, and our keynote speaker was Professor Bashili, examined democracy and the unity of the state, reminding us that democracy cannot endure where citizens feel excluded from the state. We agree that national unity, inclusion, respect for diversity, and continuous dialogue are the foundation upon which democratic governance must rest. In 2023, as the one my governor referred to, it was held in Bayelsa State, and our keynote speaker was Professor P.L.O. Lumumba, explored the relationship between democracy and development, concluding that elections alone cannot sustain democracy. Citizens will continue to believe in democratic governance only when it delivers peace, opportunity, justice, and improved living conditions. In 2024, it was held in Benin, Edo State, and the keynote speaker was Professor Olubayi, focused on education. We deviate a lot. We said that if African countries must develop, then we must come up with an educational system like we have in India, that every country has some best brains. The fingers are not always equal, and the brains are not equal. That's why even in the universities, you have past level degrees, third class, second class, lower, second class, upper, first class. Among the first class, so you have first class or first class. And for us, to move, you must have innovators, creators, good people that will be good scientists, economists, good lawyers, globally accepted. And this must come from your best brains. So a society must have the ability to crop up these best brains. In fact, the keynote speaker described them as genetic accidents. That you have such people that are exceptionally brilliant. The mother may not be that too brilliant. The father may not be that too brilliant. But you get a young girl or young boy becoming exceptionally brilliant. You must have a system that can pick this crop of people and develop them so that they can take your country to where you want to go. In fact, when I was in office, we came up with that concept of presidential special scholarship for innovation and development. We picked the best from among the first class in the STEM areas and sent them to the best universities in the world. The idea was for us to get the crop of scientists that can take Nigeria to the moon. So that was the center with what we discussed in Benin. In 2025, it was hosted in Ghana, and the keynote speaker was Bishop Matthew Cooker. We confronted the difficult question, why do democracies die? And I remember the keynote speaker said that democracies will not die. We recognize that democratic decline is seldom sudden, but it begins with the gradual erosion of institutions, disregard for constitutional norms, abuse of power, and declining public trust. This year's theme, beyond elections, can political parties and the judiciary save Africa's democracy? Though President Obasanjo said, well, we don't have anything like African democracy. What we have is Western liberal democracy. Probably would have put it this way. Can political parties and the judiciary save democracy in Africa? Actually, because I'm not an historian, but from the little knowledge of history I know, we don't have indigenous democracy. We are ruled by emirs and kings. And the kings or the emirs make their laws, preside over their laws, are judges over their laws, and execute their laws. So there was nothing like democracy. So if we must go democratic, that means that we must develop our own concept of democracy. Probably that's what my executive directors will look at. Maybe one of these will join the Obasanjo's team to also re-examine the issue of what brand of democracy can we grow in Africa. I always say if you take at the top level of presidency, maybe the Swiss model, where they don't have one powerful person, maybe the best for some of the African countries. In Switzerland, there's no one person that is the overall boss at any particular time. You have few people that make up what I may describe as a presidential college. So no one person take a decision that affects the whole country. Any sensitive decision must be taken by all these people. And I know I hosted one of them when I was the vice president. And he said that their forefathers believed that when one person has so much powers, it is dangerous to society. And most African countries will have this powerful one person that has so much powers. And in some cases, we are seeing that it's becoming dangerous to some of the African societies. Across Africa, elections have become more regular. But democracy cannot be measured by elections alone. I think so many of the speakers in the panel also said that. Elections alone are not the standard measurement of democracy. I don't know, Ike, do you have that chart? There is a chart I asked them to project, but if it is not there, okay. Oh, it is there. Is it clear? Okay, yeah. If you look at that chart, you will see the bar charts going very high and going down based on 34 countries that the Afrobarometer checked. They interviewed 34 countries. And the first is that, which form of government do you prefer in Africa or in your country? And more than 70% of the people felt that they prefer democratic governance. They love democracy. Then they asked, are you satisfied with the brand with the democracy in your country? The answer changes. There are some countries, the list here is 11%. So it's like you go to a population like this and you ask, what is the best food you want to eat? And they say jollof rice. 70 to 80% of the people say they want to eat jollof rice. Then you serve the jollof rice and the other cuisines, yam, potato, and others. And at the end of the day, only 20% eat the jollof rice. Then you ask yourself, 80% say they want to eat jollof rice. We serve jollof rice with others, and only 20% eat the jollof rice. That means that something must be fundamentally wrong with that jollof rice. Maybe that jollof rice is smelling. As they move close to it, they perceive a repulsive odor and they pull back. And that is the story of Africa. If you look at this chart, the story is not too bad at the top because some countries are doing well. The base, though this 2024, not 2026, a country like Gabon, only 11% of the population say that 11% of the population say that they're happy with the practice of democracy in their country. 11%. Swahili is not very clear here. It's about 18%. Angola, about 17%. Mali, 22%. It goes on. But on top, you see that Tanzania, as of 2024, I hope it's still this way, about 84 people were pleased with democracy. Followed by Morocco, 70%, and our sister country, Ghana, where the chairman of the ruling party is here, 66%. So we can clap for Ghana for being there. So it clearly shows that there's something fundamentally wrong with democracy. So but we must agree that there is no universally accepted model of democracy because every nation has its own history and political realities. Yes, there are at least 8 universally accepted democratic pillars that every country should strive to uphold if you're actually practicing democracy. Globally, we agree that there are 8 pillars of democracy. If you deviate from this, then you cannot say you're practicing democracy. First is the sovereignty of the people. The sovereignty of the people. Democracy begins with the people. Sovereignty means that the ultimate power to govern belongs to the citizens. What the citizens who exercise that power by choosing the leaders they want that can influence public policy. That is the first pillar in terms of hierarchy. The second is rule of law. The rule of law means that everyone is subject to the law, regardless of status or position. It ensures fairness, justice, and equal treatment for all. If that is lacking in the country, then of course there's no democracy there. The third is this separation of powers. The principle divides, of course we know the separation of powers. At least if we have monarchy, then we know. But if it is democracy, then the judiciary, just like even other discussants mentioned in the last fire chat group, they mentioned, the judiciary must be completely independent of the executive. And the parliament must be relatively, I say relatively because members of the parliament and the executive belong to the same political parties. So sometimes it's actually difficult to cut a line between the parliament and the executive. In the parliamentary system, first and foremost, you must be elected as a member of the parliament before you'll even be appointed as a minister. So on one leg you're a minister, on another leg you're in the parliament. So it's difficult to separate the parliament from the executive. But the judiciary should be completely separated from the rest of government. The fourth, protection of fundamental rights and freedoms. Democracy safeguards essential human rights, such as freedom of speech, religion, assembly, and the press, allowing citizens to live with dignity and express themselves freely. So if citizens are gagged, if the civil space is choked by the executive, then of course there is no democracy. The fifth pillar, accountability and transparency. Democratic leaders are answerable to the people for the actions and decisions they take. Transparency ensures that government processes are open and accessible, helping to build trust and reduce corruption. Of course, when I was in power, that's why we signed the Freedom of Information Bill, so that if people want to know details about what any department of government is doing, the law allows you to ask questions, and if they don't, they are culpable. 6, free and credible elections. So free and credible elections that we even shout every day is even number 6 by hierarchy. Elections must be conducted fairly, regularly, and without intimidation or manipulation. They allow citizens to choose their leaders and hold them accountable. So if you don't have free and fair elections, then of course you are not practicing any democracy. And political pluralism. Political pluralism encourages the existence of multiple political parties and diverse opinions. In a democracy, people must have their different views. But having their different views should not be an issue. Though, of course, the common popular language in democracy is that the minority have their say, but the majority will have their way. So don't close the mouth of the minority. Allow them to say something. Allow them to express themselves freely, even though that will not give them the votes. An active civil society. A strong democracy depends on citizens, community groups, non-governmental organizations, the media, and other civic bodies actively participating in public life, advocating for good governance, and holding leaders accountable. So if the civil society is not allowed to be active in any country, then of course you are not practicing the kind of standard democracy by definition. It is important to know that no country will score perfectly on every one of these backbones of democracy. However, where democracy is flourishing, we should expect substantial compliance with most of them. If a nation consistently upholds the majority or at least 6 of these cornerstones, democracy is likely to remain stable, resilient, and sustainable. But when several of these foundations of democracy are weakened, what emerges is not a genuine democracy, but a pseudo-democracy, one that retains democratic forms while steadily losing democratic substance and its gravitas. That is why this conversation is not about Nigeria alone, it's about Africa. I'm worried that more than 60% of our conversation today was based on the Nigerian political environment. We wanted an African political environment and analysis that will cut across the continent, not just about Nigeria. Our foundation normally hold conferences getting close to elections. We'll do that next year. And that will be based mainly on the Nigerian political environment. But this is continental, so we expected a broader discussion along the country. That is why this conversation is not about Nigeria alone, it's about Africa. We must honestly examine how our countries measure against these democratic standards. Political parties must become true democratic institutions. They should uphold internal democracy, recruit credible leaders, respect their own rules, formulate policies, and place national interests above partisan advantage. So we put a lot of weight on the political parties, a lot of weight on the judiciary, but for the political parties, sometimes we give them burdens also. I listened to the retired justice of the Supreme Court, and it's true. We carry loads to them to carry. So what do you expect them to do? They have to do something. And I remember something I even asked the former Senate president. Luckily, he's here. Senator Empire Sayem and Jolly Yami is also here. In this present dispensation called the Fourth Republic, when we came in 98, 99, we were screened by the security. I remember when myself and my principal then, late Alamisia, who retired as a squadron leader in the Armed Force, in the Air Force, who is the equivalent of a major. We were so screened, we spent a lot of time. But Immediately the government was formed, members of the National Assembly now said that security services should not be involved in screening those who want to hold political offices. Of course, they hang on the Constitution, that the Constitution gives qualification to contest election, and screening by the security services is not one of them. So it sounds interesting. So there was no longer security screening. The burden was passed on to the political parties. That's what I'm talking about, the parties. That the parties should make sure they screen the people they are presenting for election. So if you have been a criminal in their community, maybe you have been raping women, stealing things, and doing all kinds of things, and you have not been convicted by a court, nobody has taken you to court, you can contest, you want to be the governor of the state. Ordinarily, the party is supposed to be this man or this woman does not have the qualities of representing anybody and say, we will not give you our ticket. Ordinarily, that was the power given to the political parties. But then we now challenge the parties. You must be democratic. And sometimes those who have questionable character are those who have the money to prosecute the primaries. So it becomes a problem. And the problem is that you see that when we are in the fourth session of the National Assembly, and I think 23rd January, 23rd January 2007, when 2008, yes, 23rd January 2008, when David Mark was the Senate President, something happened in the Senate. One senator who was a former DIG, Nuhu Aliyu, he represented Niger North Senatorial District. But before retiring as a DIG, DIG in Nigeria, Deputy Inspector General of Police, second to the last, he was in charge of Forces Criminal Investigation, Lagos. And he sat on the floor of the Senate that looking around the Senate, he has seen so many criminals that people he investigated. And though he didn't tell us why he did not jail them, but somehow, to be fair to him, he was still talking when the Senate President stopped him from talking. So these are the problems the political parties are also facing. Can they, in all honesty, allow somebody who they believe is not decent enough to contest as a governor, senator, or whatever? Will the courts agree if this person passed through a system they call primaries and he emerges? So it's a complex system. Just like retired justice said. In terms of the judiciary, the judicial officers adjudicating political cases must be guided by the principles symbolized by, of course, if in Nigeria, I don't know whether in other countries, where people who are lawyers, even one of the discussants from the Gambia is a lawyer, the lady. If you are going to the court, what represents the court is a symbol of a female judge that is, they blind her eyes, carrying a scale and a sword. So the judge is supposed to be blind. Justice Amin are supposed to be blind, holding the scale. And based on the balance of your court, do we say we are doing that now? Our judge is blind in taking decisions, and are they placing the sword based on the balance of evidence? That's a question for another day. But judges must be fair. Judicial officers should be fair. Everybody has said that, so I don't need to overstress it. As a final guardian of constitutional order, it must remain independent, impartial, and faithful to the law. In few African countries, we have increasingly witnessed situations where electoral contests are ultimately settled more in courtrooms than at the ballot boxes. And of course, I don't need to emphasize that because I know that the Nigerian situation is different from most other African countries. I described the Nigerian situation. That's why I listened to the discussions and I said that the Nigerian situation is extremely different from most other countries. The kind of litigations we pass through And what we see, it doesn't happen in all other African countries. So if you have been operating only in Nigeria, you think that that is applied to all African countries. I can describe the Nigerian situation as a very anomalous situation. The first thing we learn when we study water in elementary science, the anomalous properties of water. I remember I used to tell people this story. When I was the vice president, when Nigeria and South Africa, we have this binational commission. It was started during Obasanjo's time. And the deputy president of South Africa and the vice president of Nigeria were co-chairs. So when I was a deputy vice president, it was the 10th anniversary. Our second year was the 10th anniversary. And I was worried about the political litigations in Nigeria. And I was feeling that, look, we must do something to stop it. How would somebody be elected as a governor or a president or any other, while sitting in office, you are still going to court? Then what is the essence of the immunity clause in the Constitution? If you still be dragged to court and so on. So can we do something that all this must end before we are inaugurated? So when we had that program, I asked my colleague then, the deputy president of South Africa, it was the lady who became a speaker later. First, when I asked, her face, the expression on her face was that of surprise. Then she turned and said, Jonathan, why would somebody go to court after losing election? So she was surprised that in Nigeria people go to court after losing election. In South Africa, nobody goes to court after losing election. Here, you are surprised that somebody did not go to court after losing. In fact, here, when you are making the election budget, you include that of litigation. You must prepare for that. And we know the reason, which I may not bore you today. So it's not so bad in most African countries. And that is why, listening to the chairman of the ruling party in Ghana and so on, some of those things, he said, yes, it can happen in Ghana, but it cannot happen in Nigeria. Why people are worried about the judiciary taking that decision is because of the kind of judgment people see. If people appreciate at least 70% of, they are not angels, they may make mistakes. If people appreciate 70% of the political judgment coming up, people will surely say that, yes, of course, cases must go to court. And I agree totally that democracy is like an ecosystem. So many people play key roles. Political parties play a role. The electoral management bodies play a key role. The security services play a key role. The judiciary play a key role. Civil society, media people play key roles. Even the international community, by sending observers, play key role. So even the voters play their own role. So everybody plays a role. But what we are saying is that in some cases that are a bit controversial, it is better for the elections to go back to the people. But I totally agree with the analysis given by the last panel also. Okay, will you say during an election somebody stabbed somebody during election and you say, no, that is election, should not go to court? It should go to court because it's a criminal offense. Or somebody carried a ballot paper and run away. It's a criminal offense, and so on. But there are some cases that go to court that we feel is not necessary. Like somebody spoke, even the intrusion into the internal dynamics of the political parties, like party primaries and so on. That before, parties had the authority to present, if you present a bad candidate, you lose the election, and that party wins, fine enough. But now the courts decide, like somebody said, they decide the candidates. They even decide which political party should be recognized or not recognized. And it's raising all kinds of dust in the political environment in Nigeria. So I don't want to keep you for too long, but let me sincerely use the opportunity again to thank all of you who have come. The keynote speakers, thank you so much. The other panelists, I appreciate. The moderator, I thank you so much. Our retired Justice of the Supreme Court, thank you for coming. I didn't believe you were going to make it. Thank you. And my good friend, the national chairman of the ruling party in Ghana, thank you for coming and thank you for your contributions. We know that there are some ambassadors are here, the Gambia, Cameroon, and I think 1 or 2 other countries. I have to thank you for coming. And our traditional rulers, the emir of Bauchi, sorry, I didn't recognize him from the one because I was in a hurry, please, and the chairman of the Bauchi State Council of Emirs and Traditional Rulers. Thank you for leading your traditional rulers, your Royal Highnesses, to come for this program. I invite you maybe for the next year. We have not taken a decision where it will be held and, of course, the topic. But most cases, our topic emanates from the conversations. And we will listen to critical conversations here about the brand of democracy that could be good for Africa, whether we have one at all. I think an earlier conversation was held in the Obasanjo Library. So probably we can partner with them and see whether we can review it. We're also looking at the kind of, if we look at the structure of government alone, and do we really continue with this one man having this maximum powers to cut the yam anyhow he likes? Or we dilute the powers and adopt a model similar to the Swiss model, where any major decision that will affect the country must all the members of that team must take that decision. Or if the country must spend so big money on a big project, it must be agreed by everybody that the project is meaningful to the country. And probably that is why, even without resources, Switzerland has one of the strongest economies in the world, because it's politically stable. No one person dictates what happens in the country and makes the parliament very, very strong. So probably maybe, do we go back to the pre-independence and early independent days of having a parliamentary system where at least the powers are shared? You have the chief executive of the country that manages the resources of the country, the prime minister, and the person that commands the troops, the president or the king or the queen in England. But in other countries, the president that commands the troops. So the prime minister too will fear the person that commands the troops. And if a person that fears commands the troops must respect the prime minister because he holds the pulse of the country. So at least the presidential powers are divided, shared by 2 people, unlike in Nigeria, that one person has a vote. So probably we need to have more conversation on the structure of leadership in our countries in Africa and what model will best suit for our own unique circumstances. And I believe next year we'll invite all of you again, and please oblige us to attend. I thank you all.
We appreciate the former president and convener of this dialogue. Can we put our hands together for him with a standing ovation as he steps to his seat? Thank you, Your Excellency, for bringing this discussion forward. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, let's be on our seats. Thank you. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, every meaningful gathering eventually comes to an end. As we leave this year's democracy dialogue, I think my prayer is that may we remember that democracy is not a finished achievement. Our former president said it is not a destination, but a journey. Democracy is a continuous responsibility. One generation builds it, the next will perfect it, and the one after strengthens it. It's been a pleasure being the anchor person for this event. My name is Ebere Young. Thank you all for being here. Shall we all rise for the national anthem?
The central idea at the end of this dialogue is there is need for more conversations about democracy in Africa, what works and what doesn't work, and what works for different contexts. And this must be a collective effort. Hajara Aliyu, Channels Television News. Let me do one more. There was a mistake in this one.
I want to take one more. Okay, just tell them one more.
One more. The central idea at the end of this dialogue is that there should be more conversations about democracy in Africa, what works and what doesn't work, and what works for different contexts. And this must be a collective effort. Hajara Aliyu, Channels Television News.